All right, good morning, everyone. We are excited to welcome everyone to the 2025 edition of the Empirical Series, Dear Governor. It's 9 o'clock and we are beginning exactly. So we'd like that you help us. If you have people who are attending, you can text them, tell them that we have begun, and we are commencing as soon. We are commencing right now, as a matter of fact. Also, help us tell your friends, your relatives, your associates, your neighbors that this meeting is being aired live on Mega 89.1 FM. So if you are not here, you can tune in and listen to proceedings as they happen. First things first, we're going to begin with the Nigerian National Anthem. I'd like us to please rise. Let's please rise on our feet as we stand at attention and take the national anthem. Hello, sir. Please, let's rise. I like that we maintain a level of decorum whilst the anthem is being sung. Thank you very much.
Good morning, church. My name is Gary Oginer. To serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend our unity and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's please be seated. I realized that whilst the anthem was being sung, I could only see one person singing along. It's all good. When I was coming this morning, I wore green, and somebody told me, it's like you are happy with the country. Why are you wearing green? I said, well, I'm happy with God. It's my hope is in God. Amen. So it's a good time. So we're going to be having quite an engaging time. But if you are new here, if this is the first time of being here, just a few housekeeping so that you know what to do. If you perhaps, for instance, need to use the restroom or you want to make inquiries, we have ushers standing at the aisles. You can signal on any of the ushers. They'll tell you and they will answer any inquiry that you have, just in case. Also, we're going to be having several speakers, a panel session and a Q&A. So whilst the speakers are on, it will be important that you note your questions, note things that you would like to look into, and hopefully, if you have time, you will take it. But today, Nigeria turns 65. I don't know how many of us are excited about it, or perhaps something that there's nothing to be excited about. But if you're excited about Nigeria being 65, please put your hands together. Okay. Not a lot of people are excited about Nigeria being 65 this morning. But we are here, and this is our country. We have no other place to call home. So please, I'm going to do that once again. If you are excited that Nigeria is 65, please help me put your hands together. Okay. We have a lot more people now. Alright. So like I said earlier, this meeting is being convened under the Empirical series. The Empirical series began, I don't know if I'm right, but I remember the first Empirical series we had was at Genesis Cinema. The first Empirical series, Genesis Cinema. Yes, I remember because I was there. All right. And then all along it's been coming in. So you can tell your friends that this event is going to be aired live on Mega 89.1 FM, so that if they are sending comments and contributions, they can do that. You can take the flyer of the event, put it on your status with the hashtag Dear Governor, hashtag Empirical Series, hashtag Dear Governor, hashtag Empirical Series, hashtag Dear Governor. You can even take a picture, put it on your social media, tell us when, invite someone to the event right now, as we look forward to having a very, very great time. Like we also said, it's important to also note that this is not some form of rally. We are not trying to rally against the government. We are not trying to protest. It is not anything of such. It is a civic engagement between the citizens and the government. We are also expecting the chief advisor to the governor, His Excellency Honorable Sheriff Orewori, in the person of Senator to join us, and some other government functionaries that will be joining us. So really, it's a civic engagement through and through, and we are looking forward to having an amazing time. So when it is time to ask questions, when it is time to take feedback, we expect that all feedbacks should be very constructive. We are not really rallying. We're not go agree. No, that's not what we're doing today. Right? We want to find avenues and means to engage the government in a very, very clear, concise manner. So we want to ask all questions, all comments, very, very civil, very civil, devoid of ethnic or tribal or religious biases, as we have a great time together here. Like I said again, if you need to maybe, if you're new here and you don't know your way around, the ushers are on the aisle. You can just beckon on any of the ushers to help you. Maybe you need to use the restroom or something. The ushers will guide you on how to do it. Also, we want to encourage that all phones should be put on silence. such that we would have a good time without any form of interruptions. To begin, we're going to be receiving a welcome address from the convener of today's event, but we have some of our guests already seated. So let us recognize, they are not coming up now, let us recognize the presence of Mr. Jonathan Ososwako, the Managing Director of Andrew Unique Microfinance Bank. Please put your hands together for him. We also have present Deacon Emmanuel Agwemuria, the CEO of Charissa Foods and Restaurant. Please put your hands together for him. Deacon Emmanuel, sir, my wife said to tell you that your jollof rice is giving. Well done, sir. All right, so we're looking forward to having an amazing time. So please, let's wrap around. Let's put our voices together as we engage this afternoon. So let's receive a welcome address from our convener, Pastor Tobere David. Please put your hands together for him as he comes.
All right, good morning. Can I hear you? Good morning. Please talk back. Good morning. So, for me, first of all, a major part of this is not the welcome address, don't worry, media. A major part of the change that we're talking about in making Delta a mega city is the attitudinal adjustments that we all need to make towards things like this. Soundman, you have to help us, eh? Amen. Okay, it's working now. Thank you. All right, I said the attitudinal adjustment we have to make towards things. For example, I want to quickly commend the punctuality of Deacon Robo Agwemuria and Dr. Jonathan Ososwako. Let's put our hands together for the two of them. And over the years, one of the few things I've emphasized in our church, in our local assembly here, is if we say we will start at 9, we will start at 9. And one of the things we want to see in the mega city that we are creating is people who honor and appreciate time. Hello, everyone. So, one of the things I want to do, first of all, let us please be on your feet. I want to celebrate some people. Some people, you would help us, eh? People will help us. All right. Let us put our hands together for those people who came here, not members of Salt City Church. Not members of Salt City Church. I saw that gentleman come very early. So what's your name, sir? Edijana Efis. I saw him, yes, you can even give him the mic. I saw him come early and he sat down to wait. And I think that that's a behavior we must commend. So can we put our hands together for Edijana Efis? All right. Other than that, I saw this lady come early. So what's your name? Okay, let's hear the name. What? Eunice is your Alcohol Goodness. All right, let's put our hands together for Alcohol Goodness. And for the rest of you who are here, even at this time, let's celebrate us. It's 9:14. I know once worry people hear 9 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock that is in their head. But it's part of the change that we're making. All right, let's be seated. Let's be seated. Let's do something. Let's make sure that that microphone is working. Let's do something while we try to get some of our guys in. Let's do something very quickly. Now, today, Nigeria is 65 years old. And I think that's worth celebrating. That's worth celebrating. So can you help me tell somebody beside you happy independence? Tell them happy independence. How many of you can say that you are a patriotic Nigerian? If you are a patriotic Nigerian, please let me see your hand. You can say that you are raise your hand if you are a patriotic Nigerian. Okay. If you are not, you don't need to force yourself. You don't need to force yourself. All right. I want us to talk about what we love about this country. But before then, I want us to recognize the esteemed presence of the wife of the CEO of Carissa, Mrs. Agwe Morian. Please, let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate. Thank you for coming. Thank you for wearing green. Thank you for some. I don't understand some of all these Nigerian people. Please, thank you. One more time, help me put your hands together for her. Yes. Independence Day. You are not proud of your country. One of my unofficial recommendation now, you should need to be putting flags in front of your houses, Nigerian flag in front of them. When you watch Hollywood movies, you will see the American flag in front of their homes. And then you say you're in Nigeria. I beg. All right, let's do something. Not from our guest, but from you. I want you to come tell me one thing you love about Nigeria. Who wants to go first? One thing that you love about the nation Nigeria. One thing that you love about Nigeria. Anyone? I asked about patriots just now, so I will come back to the patriot to ask you. One thing you love about the nation Nigeria. Anybody? That means you don't love, so I will flip it. If you don't ask what things you love about Nigeria, I will ask you, what are the things you hate about Nigeria? Because you have hated those things so much now that there's nothing you love again about the country. Abi? All right, let's have the gentleman be by the screen. One thing you love about Nigeria. I don't think that microphone is working. So you guys in the sound department, you guys come. Hello? Hello? Where is the sound man that is working here? Hello? Give him this one, let's see.
Okay, I think one thing I know about Nigerians, like Nigerian people, I think we have a fighting spirit. I think anywhere we go, we try to thrive.
You have to clarify that. Sorry. Let me get you straight. One thing you love about Nigeria is Nigerians. And you love Nigerians because they fight.
Not fight like violence.
I know what you are trying to say, but I'm saying let us use the right words. You say you love us because we have a fighting spirit, which means anywhere we go, we cause fight. Because spirit is force.
Yeah. So I think we have a resilient spirit. And we are very resilient.
Oh, that's what you are trying to say. We are resilient. I know that's what I say. All right, let's put our hands together. But you didn't tell us your name.
My name is Perfection.
Perfection. I think I heard perfection. All right, let's put our hands together for him. All right, who wants to go? One thing you love about Nigeria. All right, raise your hand. All right, let's give the microphone to this gentleman. One thing that you love about Nigeria.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Nochibionye Chigozie Solomon. One time.
Sorry, what is your name?
Nochibionye Chigozie.
Nochibionye.
Yes, Chigozie Solomon.
Chigozie Solomon. Good.
Okay, one thing I love about Nigeria is that Nigeria is rich in culture. We are also rich in music. We are rich in food, most importantly. We're very rich in food.
Important to who?
To me.
We have to. He said most important, but I have to know who is important to
and
you.
Then we are also rich in culture. Looking at everyone here, more than 60% of people are wearing Nigerian-made outfits. So we are rich in culture, I would say that.
Oh, wow.
That's some things I love about Nigeria. Thank you.
And that's good. That's good. Who else? What do you love? You love. There's the lady ushering there. She loves something about Nigeria. So please tell us your name.
Good morning, everybody. My
Good
name is
morning.
Okikiola Kaka. And one thing I love about Nigeria is the fact that we have one of the best climate weather. So yeah.
Our weather is good.
Yes, and we don't really have all this tsunami,
Natural disasters,
yes.
earthquakes, and
Yes.
all. And it's God that bless us. Let's celebrate God who blessed us. All right, anyone else? One thing you love about Nigeria? Anyone? I even want to bring it home because we are even going far to talk about Nigeria. What are the things you love about Delta? What are the things you love about Warri? Huh? Rume Okodili, what do you love about Nigeria, Delta, or Warri? At least there must be something you love about one of us. If we're not Nigerians or Delta or Warri. All right? Who's talking? One thing you love. All right, the gentleman in purple. One thing you love about Nigeria, one thing you love about Delta, one thing you love about Warri. Everyone, I'm coming to you. So you that is not talking, you will talk by force.
Good morning, everybody.
You that is pressing phone, you will talk by force.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
I mean, when you said most of us say our personal culture, I had to put on my cap to signify we are rich in culture and stuff like that. So yeah, one thing I love about Warri is, apart from the peace, I stayed in Lagos, I grew up in Lagos. So I mean, having to go to church, having to touch so many places, the distance was somehow a barrier. But for me now, being in Warri, the distance is no longer a barrier. I mean, I could go here, there is church, I could go here, there is market, go here. Like the proximity for me is really close. That's one thing I love about Warri. That's why I'm stuck here. And also Warri is
That's why you are here. You're not
yeah,
stuck
that's why
here.
I'm here so far. And also, more importantly, I think Warri is untapped.
Warri is untapped.
Yeah, Warri is untapped. By that I mean, most people look at Lagos as already developed city, and they just run towards that place because it's developed. But I believe Warri is a place where development is going to happen, and by that I mean companies are going to come back to Warri. Big organizations are going to come back to Warri. Warri is going to be a place where tourist attraction is going to be a very big thing. And having understood this, I think it is high time we place ourselves, to go in that flow. Because if this things happen like it has already happened in Lagos, where already organized bodies are there, if it happens in Warri and most people no longer conscious of what is going to happen, that means when they come back to Warri, when all this thing that has happened, it's going to be the same way it has happened in Lagos. They will come back as strangers. But for Warri now, it is untapped. If we decide to stay in Warri and grow and build together with Warri, obviously it's happening in NRA, there's development, PTI, there's development and everything. These things are going to bring, it's going to bring investors. I mean, the light is becoming more stable. It's going to bring in more companies. So one thing I like about Warri is that it is untapped. And as a business,
He keeps using the word untapped.
yes, remaining here in Warri is that I'm going to tap out of the untapped resources. Praise the Lord.
Good. So you didn't tell us your name. There, opportunists of Warri.
So my name is Olumide from Beyond Lifting.
Sorry, help me.
I am Olu from Beyond Lifting.
Olu from Beyond Lifting. That's what I heard.
Yes.
All right, let's put our hands together for Olu from Beyond Lifting. He said one of the things he loves about Warri is that Warri is untapped. All right, so who else? What do you love about Delta? Now we have Nigeria. We have left Nigeria. Charity begins at home. Let's stay at home. There's a lady here who wants to say what she loves about Delta or Warri.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My name
morning.
is Akko Goodness. One thing I love
Akko,
about-
goodness.
Yes.
Goodness.
One thing I love about Deltans is that we have this hustle spirit.
Hustle.
Yes, hustle spirit. And when we go into business, we tend to be innovative.
We're innovative.
Yeah.
All right. Let's put our hands together for Akko Goodness. We have hustle and we are innovative, right? Okay. How many of you know that Deltans, specifically Warri people, we generally have a great sense of humor? Right? Do you know that? We have a great sense of humor. Our humor is a bit aggressive, but we have a great sense of humor. You go to the market to price something. My wife is Yoruba, so when we got married, I brought her to Warri. And then she went to Ogbori market to buy something. And the woman told her that, I can't remember the specific price, the meat is XYZ amount, which was, so she expected them though to bargain. So haggle the price. The meat is 20,000. My wife said, not be 10,000. The next thing that she said is, carry your wings, go that side. My wife coming from Lagos, it's a body girl. She burst cry. Then when she came back home, sober, I said, the woman not the verse, so the woman not the verse. Now price she the price, so that's how low she has gone. You have to go lower so that you will get somewhere with the price. So the next time she went, they told her, carry your wings, go. I said, all of us go shop the wings. How much for the? And the woman bust laugh. They continue the conversation. Our sense of humor is borderless. Anywhere Warri, I think we should celebrate Warri people for that. Anywhere Warri people are, you will know that they are there. You will know that they are there. All right, so who else wants to share very quickly? We still have 5 minutes. What you love about the city, Warri? All right, Raf Oyelami wants to speak about what he loves about the city very quickly.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
My name is Raphael Oyelami. One thing I love about Warri and Delta is there's no stranger here. Everybody is friendly with everybody.
We are friendly.
Everybody is friendly with everybody. Like, two people can just meet each other today and we don't even know each other. We are guys. We relate, we talk. Maybe when we leave, we're like, that's your friend. Oh, like, we don't know each other from anywhere. So, Warri people, we are friendly, we are actually welcoming, but it varies. Some areas in Delta, their welcoming is violence. Like when I mean violence, not fighting violence. Who be this one? We don't come here again. Those things. So
that's who we are. That's how
generally, Delta and Warri people, mostly Warri, we are welcoming. There's no stranger in Warri. Praise the Lord.
All right, who else wants to share what you love about Warri, Delta? I can agree that we are friendliness and conversation is easy in Warri. You stand in an ATM queue, you want to get money. Some people just start gisting in the queue. And they start gisting about some things, and you will think that all these people came from the same place. But you see this guy will withdraw his own and he will go. The other one will withdraw his own and he will go. But when you were looking at them talking, the way they were talking, there was a certain sense of camaraderie that they had that would have made you thought that they knew each other before. But the other places you go to, once we're all on a queue, everybody, they stone face. Let me get on my tongue and let me go. Another thing I personally see about Warri people is that we are natural ringleaders. Have you been at the airport before? And they cancel flights. And you see some other people from other cities are gently trying to rebook their flights, find a nice hotel to stay, just try to weave their way around the situation. The Warri guys like, oh, where are they go? Where are they go? Where everybody got them? Go meet them for the counter. Everybody seemingly seems to be accepting the situation. This guy is trying to say, no, go, come. Where that girl, where the earpiece girl? Like, just now, he has made himself the rebel leader of the whole situation. Are you getting the idea? So everywhere I've seen worry people, I have seen them always gang leading. Everywhere you go in this world, you will see a worry person who is just trying to lead a small group. So he gets there, the hospital is closed, and the hospital gave everybody appointment for a certain time, and then he goes there and say, people are going back, nicely, they've seen that the place is locked, they are going back. He comes in late and say, what's the apple? Say they're not going to work today. Who said they're not going to work today? Wait, why they not work today? Where you got to go? You got to go ask. Where they go? Like, I don't know where they get it from. It's just like, okay, you say you're not going to give us. You got to go. You don't agree like that. Where they go there? Who made you the ringleader just now? We are natural activists. We know how to fight for other people's rights. Worry people. So it's amazing. Anyway, let me hear you. What do you love about the city of Warri and the state Delta? What do you love about them? Anyone else? Someone is raising their hand over here. Let's hear. Let's hear very quickly. All right. People over there, you don't love our state.
Hello.
And I'm marking you now.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Innocent Igiriki.
Okay.
I'm from Delta as well.
Welcome.
You see, yes, Delta State is a place where you will stay, you will have peace. Especially Warri. Warri is the kind of place you will live, you will blend on time, and you will have an understanding with your fellow human being. And again, anywhere you went to, being Warri member, you will quickly recognize because of your performance there. So Warri is a place, and we are very, very accommodated in Warri here. Like somebody just said, no stranger. We live as one. We see ourselves as very respect of your tribe. We live as one. As far as you live in Warri here, you will blend on time. And at the same time, anywhere you go, you will be an eye opener to others. It's just as I rightly said now. So that is the thing I love most about Warri. So again, it's a place to stay. It really is.
Anyone else? Okay, let's hear from Confidence Yomi very quickly.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Confidence Yomi. I will talk about pidgin English. So one thing what I like about Warri, I say you no go feel lost. So you no go feel say you enter one place, you gotta find your way. Anybody you ask will give you direction. So everybody's willing to do that.
So that's to say we are kind, Abi. Let's put our hands together for that. How many of you grew up in Warri? Let me ask you a question. How many of you have lived in Warri 40 years? 40 years. Let's start from there. 40 years. Sorry for those who never reach 40 years. I will not discriminate. You're going to need to old too. So you are not the people who are not old. What if you have lived in Warri 30 years? Okay? More hands. You have lived in Warri 20 years. Okay, you lived in Warri 10 years. We'll not go past there. Let me just sorry for you. So that Olu of Beyond the Limit. I've lived in Warri 5 years. You know, let me take you back on some memory lane. Do you know that when we were growing up, you did not need to know anybody's name to talk to the person? Boy or girl. You boy! Anybody know you boy? You boy! You girl! And the interesting thing is how that the person that you're talking to knows he is the one. There are people in the street walking, and somebody goes, you boy! The right person will just turn back. And they will start the conversation. It just starts the conversation. Say, hey, this matter. Are you following this? There are things that I don't think we have documented. We had our own peculiar games. There were games that, for those of us who had the opportunity to go to another city for a short time. I lived in Lagos 7-8 years. After graduation, I moved to Lagos. And I saw that there's something about Warri people. You know, the average Lagosian is very wordy. very verbose. So when there is, you see somebody trying to fight with a conductor, but what they are really calling this fight with the conductor is that they are trading words. Ma blow hell, you are just talking. But worry people, they don't talk long. Worry people are action-oriented people. I go slap you, the hand don't move. But the Lagos boy is still saying, today. So when Lagos conductors encounter worry people, it's always a different problem. Because Lagos conductors are bullies. All those Molway conductors, they are all bullies. They want to keep your change. And they want to threaten you so that if you cannot respond back, the change is actually theirs. And then the only person that can get along is all Lagos guys repeating words. They're speaking Yoruba, they're throwing words. If your own is strong, you'll give you your change. So all Lagos conductor guy met a worry boy who was angry. Yeah, I had a bad day. He said, where my change? He said, I beg to go! Baller Jones! And you know the boss is always moving. And he will hang on the boss while he's doing all these things. The worry boy just head him by the gym like this. The boss move, leave the guy. All right, my change. Like, there's a whole different spirit. Now that guy will trade words with you. This guy, if he say, I go slap you, hand already, we don't move. Very action-oriented people, but it's also part of our limitation. You hear what I'm saying? They say, I go slap you, so we are too quick to slap. Where and what now needs negotiation and dialogue and conversation? Sometimes we are not patient enough to have that conversation. So we break the bridge that would have led to us having the conversation. Can you all hear what I'm saying? So it's beautiful to see. Anyways, I want us to get into it because we can't wait for everyone. All right. Welcome to the 2025 Empirical Series, Conversation for Growth, which we have tagged Dear Governor, Unsolicited Solution Proposals to our Governor. Praise God. Forgive me, I'm a pastor. Don't forgive me, I'll still be a pastor. All right. I want us to, if you can, put it up on your WhatsApp or social media or Instagram. This program is broadcasted live on the Salt City Central YouTube channel. And the program is also being broadcasted live on Mega FM, Mega 89.1 FM. So we are live on radio even as we are here this very moment. I think that's worthy of commendation, so we can put our hands together for that. And I want to also commend everyone. Mega 89.1 FM is live on radio right now. I want to commend everyone who is currently present. And one moment, please. And yes, we have all our guests here present. And for me, one of the most dynamic of our guests is here as the chairperson of Igbudu Market. You know, when I was talking about this somewhere, I think on radio, they asked me, so chairperson of Igbudu Market, it's like is on the other side of the divide of some of the people who are on the flyer. So when you have the MDC of Amju Microfinance Bank, you now have the chairperson of Igbudu Market. But yes, let us celebrate Comrade Rume Kugbere, who is the chairman of Igbudu Market. He's here this morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You see, there is a commerce, like I said, I believe that Igbudu Market is the commercial hub of Delta State. The trade that happens there every day, it's a lot. Billions of trade are exchanged there every day. And it is best that someone who is in the midst come speak about what they face there and the proposed solution they would love to have. And sitting right beside him is currently representing the state governments for today. That's the truth. He is the son of Honorable Igoyota Amori, but he himself is a special advisor to the, am I missing that? Executive assistant to the governor. All right, let's celebrate him very quickly. Everyone, let's celebrate him. So he's representing the chief advisor of the governor, Senator Dr. Igoyota Amori, and he is a special executive assistant to the governor on project monitoring audit, Mr. Christian Onome Amori. Let us celebrate him. Let's welcome him. And right beside him is the Honorable Global Sales and Marketing Trainer, Global Speaker. Let's have Dr. Shegul Emmanuel. Please welcome him. Welcome him. He is the founder of the Worry Business Mentoring Class. All right. And beside him is a young man that I really admire his work. Let us celebrate and welcome Omamofe Omasheye, who is the convener of the rave events. All right. We have seen before, but as we go right in, let us welcome Dr. Jonathan Ososwakbo, who is the MD and CEO of Amju Microfinance Bank. All right. Let us also celebrate and welcome one more time Dr. Deacon Robo Agwemuria, the CEO of Cariza. And for me, in trying to put together a plethora of people who would come share their ingenious ideas today, I thought to bring people who are empirical, as that's the covering of these events. Empirical means people who will bring practical solution, people who are already on the field. Sometimes when people gather to speak, they come with a lot of white elephant ideas, things that are not feasible, things that are just theoretical, things that cannot be immediately implemented or even understood by the people hearing what they are saying. But the people who we have here today are people who have what I would say as blood, tears, and sweat on the ground. And they are working actively in the city and in the state, which means that they would not come here to give us ideas that are not going to be gainful to even the work that they themselves have already put on the ground. You understand what I'm saying? Because sometimes people can just come and share something they have Googled online. You know, for example, I see that sometimes when we attend business seminars, and sometimes in some of all those business seminars, people begin to share ideas that are very high and lofty, far and out of reach. But people who are on the ground, who have legs on the ground, who have investment on the ground, who have things to protect on the ground, when they speak, they would speak from a place of practice, having tried and attempted to do certain things, and having experienced certain limitation firsthand. When they profile solutions, they are profiling solutions to some of the challenges that they have seen on the road. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So, in a sense, today we have people who are ingenious, indigene of some sort. That is to say, the thoughts you would hear today are ideas that are original to them. And they're ideas that are practical for not just them, for all of us. And in truth, my goal for this meeting is not so much so that we are going to charge the government to immediately take on anything that we are saying. The goal of this meeting is really to start a conversation for growth, to the end that it is heard, considered, for policy implementation. And very, very importantly, I want to say this as we get into our meeting today. This is not the place where we want to sort out the current communal squabbles in our city. That is to say, it is not in this church and in this meeting or in this place at this time that we are going to settle the Ijo, Shekiri, and Urobo land divide. Are you all hearing what I'm saying? So I am saying it to us listening, whether by radio or YouTube or physically present, so much so that when we have the floor for the conversations that will follow after the speakers have proposed their own solution, please let us not now take that as an opportunity to stir up any form of anything. Do we understand what I'm saying? What the speakers would present here today are not all encompassing, neither will it suit everybody who hears it. So they are not here to please everyone, as no man can even please everybody. You may hear some ideas that would provoke you in a sense that you will hear an idea that may not be right with you, or you don't think is the right thing to do. It doesn't give you the leeway to stir up any form of commotion. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It is my idea. It is their idea. You have your idea. And when we also do have the room to speak, and as you present your ideas, I want to caution that you don't start your conversation by, I don't agree with Deacon Robo. We didn't come here to agree. But we should agree, but it's not here. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Are you following what I'm saying? Dr. Ososwakbo will come and postulate some ideas, some of his ideas. When it is time for you to speak, get up and say, I think we should, because what you think. At best, it is still what you... I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So, I and any of the speakers will not, are not attempting to superimpose our ideas on you. So, I also beg you that you do not superimpose your idea on us. Do you hear me? Are you following what I'm saying? So, we are not superimposing our ideas on you. Please don't superimpose your idea on us. Please help me tell your neighbor, can we converse? Can we converse? Ask them, can we converse? So here's what that thing means. Let me explain it in maturity. You should be able to hear differing opinions from yours, and it does not aggravate you. Are you hearing what I'm saying? And I must also add that the ideas that will bring about the kind of progress that you want to see, many of them will be thought-provoking, and many of them will be initially discomforting. If you travel to any city in the world that works, you would notice certain cleanliness on the road. You may notice how well done the road is. You may notice a garden by the road. You will notice parks for children. You will notice many of all these kind of things that I'm talking about. Right? And then you say, this city is beautiful. Right? But when you come home, in your attempt to implement the same, it may mean that they will remove your auntie shop that is by the road, so that we can have a wider road and the garden that you loved in the other city that you saw, or in the image that you liked. How many of you understand what I said? Do you understand what I said? So what I said is that, believe me, some of the ideas may not sit with you as what you think is immediately rewarding for you. Because one of the limitations when it comes to making progress like the ones that we desire for our state is that many of our people are very much committed to immediate gratification. We want to gain now, and we want to gain by ourselves. That's why a lot of times it has been said and it has been proven that Nigerians do not hate corruption. We just hate a corruption that is not benefiting us. So if we want to talk about progress today, I charge everyone to open their mind and start seeing things from beyond their pocket, and start seeing things from beyond what will immediately gratify maybe their immediate family. Are you all hearing what I'm saying? So today, do well to open your mind. Do well to be open to solutions that may not be immediately comforting or comfortable to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you all following what I'm saying? So it may not be immediately comfortable to you, and it may not be immediately comforting to you. We are talking about answers, because one of the limitations for progress is a lack of long-term thinking, where by, for example, if we begin to provide solutions for the state, we must understand and accept that some of the things that will be said will not be things that, if implementation begin today, they might be completed in a year or 2 or 3. Some would take longer time for the implementation to be seen, or for the result of the implementation to even be heard at all. So when we go into these conversations today, please be open to think long and to think very, very far. Are we all together? Are we all together, please? Please respond. Are we all together? Are we all together? All right, so one more time, welcome someone to Dear Governor. Can you try that again? Just welcome someone. Look, I'll give everyone a minute to just get up from your seats, know someone, and all right. So I will quickly get into something and just take 5 more minutes of your time. So I am proposing that the state government should remove the blue midget from our central roads. That is to say, the tricycles that run our major roads should leave our major roads. And here is why. There is no developed city across the world that you will see tricycles on the main roads. Tricycles can run the streets. For example, Bendel Estate Junction into Bendel Estate. And let proper taxis run through Airport Junction all the way from Oguno and every other place. You will see that you are going to have better locomotion and proper transport system. And let them have the return of proper buses from MPA to PTI Junction, MPA to roundabout. And it may, again, like I said, some of the ideas will not sit very well immediately, because the question will be, what will the keke drivers do when this is implemented? I would ask you, what did the Okada drivers do when Okadas were banned from the streets? Are you all hearing what I'm saying? So we must consider that for proper progress, then we need to put proper structures in place. So it is my proposal that the tricycles should leave the express. They cause more harm than good. And I believe they cause some form of mental limitation. Number two, I believe very strongly that it is high time that the state government get into the business of fixing our airports, the Warri airports. It is true and it's good that Asaba is the state capital, but we will never be able to change it in this lifetime or the next, that Warri is the economic capital of Delta State. And just as it is with Nigeria, if Lagos works, Nigeria works. So if Warri works, Delta will work. And therefore, the airport system in Warri must become a high priority to the state government. I know for one, because a couple of years ago, I had the privilege of working on the project for the valuation of the Warri airport becoming an international airport. So I know with valid information that the Warri airport on paper is an international airport, cutting through 6 Okpe villages. And it has not been physically implemented, but I know this, that if the Warri International Airport goes into full force, the economy of the city of Warri and at large Delta State will automatically change for the better. And why many people will say government should provide jobs and all of that, I believe that there are just a few things that are in the purview of the government. Hence, we're having this citizens' conversation. And if the government can actually effect the Warri International Airport, the jobs that they have indirectly created for everyone who would be dealing directly and indirectly with the airport is innumerable. And that would also affect the effecting of the Delta Cargo Airport, which is the Asaba Airport. It was built to be an international cargo airport. And here's a very interesting narrative. The people from Onitsha, I do not think that there are any other part of the country that brings in cargo into the country like the Onitsha main market. And Onitsha is 5 minutes from Asaba. If the cargo airport in Asaba goes into full force, I tell you, a lot of the economic delays and setback that we struggle with, we would not struggle with it. So it is my submission that the state government should consider the Warri and the Asaba airports going into full force. Thirdly, I propose that the government should make it clear why the Delta State government is one of the other states that does not have an ombudsman office, but we do not now also know the clear-cut connection or communication channels and line between the people and the government. So once we don't have what you might call certain privileged connections, then we cannot speak. So more opportunities and clear-cut opportunities and channel should be created just to hear the complaints of the people, so that we do not forget that it is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, which means that people's thoughts and opinions need to be heard beyond privileged rooms. So, what is the direct channel? Is there even an anonymous email? Fourthly, very quickly, because we must move on to hear the other speakers. The truth about it is, I still don't think, even while we are broadcasting on the radio station and the managing director of Mega 89.1 FM is here, I still don't think that we have local news sorted in Delta State. The truth about it is, oftentimes I listen to the news, all the radio stations, so you don't defame any, or local news around here. We are knowing about the fact that Rihanna has a new baby, and we are hearing very interesting things, but there is fire outbreak in 2 streets from where we live. We know absolutely nothing about it. And we must also commend the fact that development is slowly and rapidly in some places coming into our city and our state. One of the things that development is causing for us is traffic, right? Now, if we have proper news, local news, then we would even have traffic updates on our local news. Commending Right Honorable Sheriff Obioroweri one more time for the infrastructure work that is happening in the state. Why I believe that some of them could be better planned so that everything is not happening at once, and sometimes blocking us all inside one small city because there's nowhere else to pass. But here's the thing, better planning could actually be communicated on better channels. For example, if we are going to start the gully system on Airport Road, then we might want to leave one other side of the city open, which is where everyone will now traffic through for that period of time. And this information, which is my major presentation or proposal, will be communicated where? On a proper local news channel. The Delta Rainbow TV station, I was there and I saw for myself it has become some form of a monument, and it is not necessarily a functioning news house to educate the people of Delta on the events of Delta. So we don't have news. I learned very recently, I was this year old when I learned that news is not east, west, south. I didn't know before until this year. And don't be embarrassed if you are learning it now, that news is not east, west, south. It's an acronym actually. So we don't have that coverage of north of Delta, east of Delta, west of Delta, and south of Delta. I can tell you that a lot of the people sitting in this room know nothing about what is happening in the north side of Delta. Means that we don't have appropriate news. And that is even a proposal not only to the government, also to private individuals to come into that space. Let us have, for example, radio globally is a local idea. Radio is supposed to be local. Cities have radio, and the news from the radio is supposed to be something that is local. There's traffic at Jakba Junction. As simple as today is Efron Market Day, because Efron Market Day affects everything. As simple as today is Efron Market Day. Mind the traffic this way, mind the traffic that way. That is very valid news. It's going to rain today. That is very valid news. Okay, in the recent communal upheaval, they're fighting in so and so place. That is valid news that will protect lives and property. So I think it's high time that we focus and invest on local news. On local news. Because without proper news channels, misinformation, which is one of the fuel for the recent upheaval, would continue to rise. It is the information that people have that actually informs the actions that they take. The government needs to jump in front of proper informing of the citizens and even reporting in a form of accountability what they are doing with tax money. And finally, this one is a bit political. Finally, you can take a deep breath. I grew up in Warri, and being here for over 4 decades, I can say this. Warri is beyond a place. It is now an idea. Why a lot of people fight for certain border lines in the city, we must all remember this, that the language of Warri is not Shishakiri, is not Ijo, is not Urobo. The language of Warri is Pidgin. The question is no longer where is Warri. The question is now what is Warri. And if we shift our minds from those things, it will change the narrative and it will change the drive and the pursuit of many people. And we want to say this here, that it is important that we learn that burning down the city will never achieve any cause. Many who were not here in 1999 during the last crisis are clamoring for some form of war. But those of us who were here know that there are parts of this city, e.g. Odeon Road, down all the way to Stadium, that have not recovered. You don't recover from such crises in 10 years or 20 years. So it's important that we all learn this. And I charge that the government come in front of it beyond vote protection. Every side, and I have listened, every side is lying. Every side is fabricating information. It is time that the government take a side and divide the city and say this is how it's going to be, not how it was, how it is going to be forthwith. And that, I believe, is the only solution that can be had. Thank you.
All right. One more time, a round of applause for Pastor Tobare, David. Okay, so we're moving on with our next speaker for the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome the Managing Director, Andrew Unique Microfinance Bank. With a standing ovation, please, if you will. Put your hands together for Dr. Jonathan Ososuakbo as he comes for his presentation. Keep clapping. Let's keep giving him a hand.
Thank you very much. Let me stand on the protocol already established by Pastor Tobare. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like I've been introduced, I am Dr. Jonathan Ososuakbo. It's my pleasure to stand here before you this morning to discuss what Pastor Tobare has told me to do. He has said that the objective actually is to see how we can make Delta State a state to be, to make it one of the best states among the community of states in Nigeria, and to also ensure that all the economic indicators that makes progress, that makes development are found in Delta State. Unfortunately, I want to let you know this, that Delta State is one of the best states in the world in terms of the things that we have as content in the state. For instance, this is the only state in Nigeria that have 4 seaports. This is the only state in Nigeria that have 3 airports. You may need to know that there's airport in Borutu also. There's Kavos Bay, there's airport there, and there's Osubi and that of Asaba. And again, this is the only state that can link us to the east. It can lead to Port Harcourt, it can lead to Onitsha, and all part of the east, and of course, part of the west. If the Benin Road is fixed, we can pass through here to Ondo. So the state, any state that has international replica is an international state. The only place you have that can bring your mind to is Houston in Texas. They have similar features. It can be accessed by the sea, can be accessed by the road, and also by the air. So Delta State is so blessed that all these natural resources are valuable. And again, Delta State is one of the states that have very rich culture. Somebody mentioned it. Very rich culture. And of course, the people are all, happy people. If you go outside the world, even just in London here, you can see that if you greet your neighbor, he will not answer you. So if you are a stranger to such a journey, you'll be to imagine that what is happening? I will greet my neighbor, will not answer me. They say greeting is not love. But this is a place that a small child passes you, will greet. An old man will see a small child, say, how are you? Everybody greets each other. We are very good people. In fact, you cannot see a worried person or a Delta State get depressed. And you cannot see suicide committed often in Delta State. We are very happy people. And like Pastor said, we have that sense of humor. You can see our people, they are doing very well outside worry. If you go to Lagos, once you introduce yourself as a worry boy of a Delta State, everybody will definitely give you that honor and respect. So I want to thank you for this gathering. Before now, like Pastor said, some of us came to Warri so many years ago, over 40 years. We've been here. We can say that though, after finishing part of our secondary school, we came here to sojourn. And I know that different ethnic people have come to sojourn here. At that time, we don't know who is Ijo, we don't know who is Shekiri, we don't know who is Urobo. All of us are Warri people. If we go out those days as young boys, anywhere you go, somebody can pay for your food, and we can also equally pay for people's food. You'll be surprised that your bill has been settled if you go to the restaurant. That's how we're living, until some time came that we had issues. I don't want to go too much into that. I just want people to have a redress. If we want to make Delta State one of the best states, we must have a mind shift. We must change our mind, change our attitude, and go back to the days that we came. Some of us wouldn't have come at that time, but we have brothers and sisters who were here at that time. At that time, we don't look for 3 bedrooms to stay. We can stay in one room and put cross bed to stay. All of us up together as one family. That is how we came to Warri, and that's how we have been. We don't live above our income, we live within our income. Not nowadays, immediately you just become an adult, you go and take 3 bedrooms. Meanwhile, you don't have salary to pay rent. Are we together? So we must have a mind shift. We must change our orientation. We must think and go back to the old days, how our brothers, our sisters who came here early, how they behaved. Having said that, Warri, or Delta State, so to speak, there are issues that I need to address. Number one, insecurity is one of the serious issues that we need to address in Delta State. The governor has tried a lot. I was in an occasion with the governor when he said that at least he's a street boy and he has street credibility. And he's very sure that most of the people are not dropping their arms, which is good. So we need to look at insecurity to reduce kidnapping, to reduce armed robbery, to reduce gangsterism. Some time ago, within some of the villages, court boys came up. They were killing themselves. These are part of gangsterism that is still taking place. Governments must look for possible solutions on how to finally arrest all those social ills in Delta State. No investor will want to come to a place where they are not safe. Every investor is looking for a safe haven, a place where they can have peace, where they have tranquility, where they can do their business, go about their business without any fear of intimidation or any fear of being kidnapped. I know the state has given a lot of laws have been enacted. I saw the one that was enacted by the House of Assembly about DEVE, but it is not active. It is just on paper, it is not active. We need to make laws and follow them through to ensure that the laws are followed. And so many laws have been made. Of course, I want to commend the governor for all the various laws that the House of Assembly, all that they have done. But the problem we have that they are not being implemented. So we want to call on the governor to quickly look at the laws, very good laws that they have made, and ensure that they are implemented. That is one. Then on security, I also look at one of the white paper that was done by the governor, was given to him for assent. And that is very overwhelming. That one is so clear that if you are caught with DEVE, you go to jail. I've seen that paper before. I've also seen where, if I involve in community crisis, you have penalties. All those laws, I've seen them. But I'm still calling on the governor to make sure that those things are seriously implemented. Then again, you see, security, we can secure ourselves. We cannot bring strangers to come and secure us. That is why I want to propose. I have said this before. The last time we had a Warri Economic Summit, I think I was one of the guest speakers, and I made government to understand that we can do what we call community policing. Within the various wards that are established by politics, you have Okere ward, you have Chekiri ward, all those wards. We can also make sure that we employ our own people to be community police, to be reporting to the divisional police within their area of catchment. In that case, they monitor them, and they also monitor crime. Nobody can come as a stranger to come and kidnap people in your area without your knowledge. There are people that also partake, connive with them in ensuring that those crimes are committed. So if the governor can look at it, let us have it as a community police. In Nigeria, for instance, if you employ some people as security men there, robe them, give them uniform, give them salary. And in fact, even if government cannot pay, do you know that all the people living there can be paying 2,000, and you are paying them salaries, and they are reporting to the police. Any crime, before you know, the police are aware, and everywhere is blocked, they cannot move. It happened once in the place when we did a local one, and some people came to rob. We blocked express, blocked here, they could not go anywhere. We held them like, snail, very easy. This is one of the systems I think the governor should look at very critically. Let all the wards along Delta State employ this as community police, give them some working tools, and I think that there will be total tranquility in Warri. Having said that, there are some signals that you send to strangers. Signals you send to strangers. I would be very bold to mention it because I have personally intervened on my own. You see that all those junctions, all those traffic light junctions, there are people that wear uniform, they call themselves, I don't know. And in fact, VIO and some security agencies, they embarrass everybody that comes to the town. I was a witness. One of the lawyers, he's a lawyer from Benin, just drove to Warri, and by that traffic light, nothing happened. The traffic light just beamed and he stopped. Only one of his tire leg entered that, and they started harassing him. Luckily, I was at his back and I have my mopo. I said, go and dislodge them, and he left. So many people, the man swore, he was weeping, that I will never come to Warri again. The same thing, VIO, they will anchor all the trailers that come to Warri, whether you want to deliver goods or not, they anchor you and make sure that. So most of the people, if they are coming, if they say Warri is your destination, they say, I'm not coming. I'm not coming, say, because VIO, those who want to come, they will say, let me come in the midnight. And even in the midnight, I don't know whether they don't sleep. They sit anchor them. So those are the things that we need to address because it's a risk, security risk to those who are coming to do. In fact, it sends very bad signal of the town. A lot of people are embarrassed and the rest. There are better ways of collecting revenue. Again, local government chairman should understand that the only way to make money is not sending boys to harass people. Because if you look at it, if you have an office in this town, you discover that they will give you the demand notice over 20 from local government. One on planning, one on this, one on that, so many. For only you, only one come to pay all the over 20 bills. to local government. And again, the state is also bringing their own. This is not the best way to generate revenue. In foreign countries, if you discover, even if you commit traffic law, the camera snap you and send bill to your house. Quietly, you will pay. If you don't pay, you cannot renew your paper, because if you want to renew your paper, they will see it there. We can devise more civilized way of collecting revenue without actually fighting, without sending signal that there's war in Warri or war in Delta State. But meanwhile, you are paying your dues quietly. I think those are things that the government need to address. Let us be more civilized. Nobody has patience anymore. Everybody is worried about living because condition of living is depleting every day. And don't expect that it will be better tomorrow. Because when we look at economic variables, it's because over time and all over the world, inflation is a problem that takes the price of goods and services to be high. So you must have to struggle to live up to the inflationary tendency that's existing in the economy. And they are always going up. Are we together? So I want the governor to look at it very critically. Let the local government, let the state government devise better way of revenue collection rather than using people that will come to fight and break. Before they break your signboard and carry it away. That is barbaric. We are getting more civilized. We are getting more educated. We are getting more aware. And so that is one of the things I want us to look at. Having addressed security issues in Warri, naturally, like I said, ethnic bigotry. I am the owner of this, I'm the owner of this. Those should be gone. I ask a question. If all of us even pack and leave the place, will you occupy all? Are you going to pay for all the houses that were built in the place? After all, you sold the land for us. So let us leave issues of ethnicity. Let's leave issues of religion, like Pastor said, and let's live as one family. Warri used to be a one big family, and we must go back to that old belief. Having said that, I also talk about infrastructural development, which, of course, I want to commend the governor. He's doing a lot. But before I go there, let me talk about this. Our Warri port, if we want to make Delta State a hub, an international training center, in addition to what the pastor has said, you talk about the airport. If the airport are made international, of course, you should expect that visitors will be coming in. You know what you mean by international flight. International people will be coming in. And when they come, they are going to look at opportunity for investment, having seen that the place is secured. We're in Warri when you have Westminster Dredging. We're in Warri when you have Land and Marine. You are in Warri when you have Zincom. You are in Warri when you have West Africa Atlas. And so many of them, you cannot count them. These companies were there, and the white men were there. Even Nigeria Dredging, they were all there. The white men, all of us meet outside. We want to go and eat, we meet ourselves, and the rest. But now, if they come, either you carry DSS, SSS, and army to guide them. So, which is expensive. They will no longer want to come. So, I think we should address that very seriously, and it's weapon. Now, Nigerian Ports Authority, we have a port here. We have a port in Saple. We have a port in Koko. We have a port in Burutu, four seaports. What is happening to them? That our goods have to go to Lagos. And for your information, Burutu, that is Escavos Loading Bay, is closer to Lagos. So if any, and again, if the ship land in Escavos Loading Bay before it moves to Lagos. But it's closer to Warri. It's a few minutes away from Warri. So it would have been better that the ship, they land here. But unfortunately, goods are not coming here. The state governor needs to tell us why. These seaports are not revitalized. Is it political reasons? Now we're happy. The country, or Delta State, have joined the league of the country. They are all under the political APC. So I think the president, you ought to listen to our cry that Warri Port need to be put into use. Cocoa Port need to be put into use. Then, of course, the other port within the Delta State need to be put into use. In that way, if the port is working, the airports are working, I think that there's nobody that go to import goods to Lagos that is so congested, all the eastern states will be having their goods imported through us. And you know, if you were here when MPA started, some of us were doing part-time there. When they were offloading wheat, all these companies like Olo Drinks, Super Brew, all of them, they were offloading their wheats, and they were always there. We do part-time job there. Nobody will be idle. Because Pastor is looking at that. If we remove Keke from the road, what would they do? There are so many jobs that can be done. Immediately, that port is put working. All the ports around are put working. You will discover that there will be economic activity. There will be flow. And let me tell you again, If the port is working, do you know that we can export goods? You're not aware that people are exporting gari. You're not aware that people are exporting beans and food items, yam. I can tell you, myself, I'm a witness. I have to send one container to London on food items and drinks. They like our Malta Guinness. I sent a container load of Malta Guinness and Indomie, and I have to go to Lagos. Why all those trouble going to Lagos to go and sell your goods? The transport you move there from here to Lagos. You have a lot of people selling gari around. If you go around, you see granite everywhere. These people, if they want to export, they go to Lagos, and that increase the price, the running cost. If this port is working, I'm going to tell you that a lot of agricultural products will be exported from this port, and a lot of people will be gainfully employed. So Warri Port is a must-do that we want to tell the governor. We have to see how you can use political will, use your contacts, and whatever you need to do to make Warri Port work. I mentioned a few days ago, and to one of the executive assistants to governor on this Warri Port, and he gave me some assignment. I'd go and find out what are the bottlenecks. The only problem is that smaller ships, when you get to Escravos, you have to transload. That's the problem, which means we need to dredge the port to accommodate bigger ships to come in. I'm aware Julius Berger is also bringing their pipes through Warri Port. So if we do a little tinker with the port, I know that we are going to get it right. And of course, that is going to increase the economic activity. I want to talk again about agriculture. Pastor said we should not quote theory, but I want to tell you a little theory about Rostow stages of growth. Rostow is a development economist that talked about how communities can grow from their traditional position to develop economy. And in one of his recommendations, that for any economy that want to grow, must start from traditional society, which is our villages, our cities around us. That is the traditional society. What do they need to do? You start with growing agricultural products, given that our land is very fertile. Pastor, look at it. If you are going to Asaba through Abraka, Eku, just look at the vast area of land, Ubiaruku, to all those areas and down to Asaba. That is by the left. You see vast areas of land, unused, untapped. If you take the other side, from Ugeli down to Isoko, down to Kwale, and down to Ibuzo, vast area of land, unused. What are we doing with those resources? They are fertile land. They can stand to give us crops that can feed the whole state. Because in looking at development, one of the things we look at is consumption. Consumption is a factor of two variables. Consumption, autonomous consumption, and consumption based on income. You can raise your income from agriculture and also consume. Are we together? So if the government can be so sensitive to say that every local government, as available as they have land, can, as a matter of fact, make sure that they take some hectares of land, let us define there by 100 hectares, and invest in agriculture with private partnership. I'm very confident that if every local government, 25 local governments have such land, assisted by government also, I'm sure that everybody will be gainfully employed. I always talk about farm settlement. I have discussed this in so many forums before, that the government can establish farm settlement, put schools in such vast area of land, put sporting activities and accommodation, and leave the people to farm. People will farm and be able to pay you rent on those lands. And of course, if we do that, I'm very confident that a lot of people here will be employed. You have people who did fishery, some did cropping, some did animal husbandry, and all of that. They are all involved. You will see, if you go to foreign countries, I know that the state has made attempt, I may be right, EA to governor, that they went to Brazil to go and look for, to meet with those people that rear cows. A lot of cows in Brazil, and of course, they have a lot of dairy products from the cows, very rich cows. I think they have met with them, and that I don't know how far they've gone. It will be good for government to follow up with that activity. Then open grazing for them. I was in Houston. I was in Dallas. When I travel from Dallas to Houston, it's about 4 hours drive. If you look at the area, Over half of the journey, about 2 hours drive, was only where you have settlement, cattle ranch. You see over 100,000 cows grazing in that settlement. And of course, today, Texas is exporting meat to other parts of the world. I think we can do that in Delta State. The land is available. Like I said, cropping, animal husbandry, even fishery, they are available if government can really intervene. And there's private partnership with Deltas. There's something I want to mention. At times we say, where is the money? I have said it before, and it is possible. Delta State is blessed with financial mongers. You have people like Tony Elumelu of UBA. You have people like Jimovia of Zeniba. These are big banks. And in foreign countries, what happened? Big banks finance projects. There's nothing wrong in developing infrastructure that Delta State have a rail line that run to Asaba and to and fro. You may not even need to bother yourself driving your car. In a few minutes, you have used the rail. You're already in Asaba. You go to work and come back and leave your worry and walk in Asaba. There will be movement of people. There will be movement of goods and services. And of course, when I mention issue of port, do you know that if this port is working, all the Southeast people, they will take over these warehouses from here to Asaba. They will have warehouses where they put their goods. Apart from the one that they will move through the roads to their various places. Warehouses will be filled in this place. These are the economic benefits that they can bring in. So, if money is a problem, let the government boss all these financial mongers into one room, into a strategic session. Boss them in. I've said this in one of the forums before, that the best thing is that bring them into one room, because if you go to foreign countries, you see that some of the big banks, they have invested in infrastructure development. For instance, they can take up the rail project and build, operate, and transfer. It's part of their investment. It's their money that they invested. When you build it, you collect your renters, and at the end, you transfer after so many years. When you recoup your renter plus profit, government can bother, and they have the capacity to do it. Then again, things like the roads. Yes, government is fixing them. It's fixing the major roads. It's commendable. We want to thank Sheriff for all that he's doing. But we can still do more. Why I say we can still do more is that the internal roads are still bad. A lot of them are still bad. Most of the internal roads are bad. So those areas, you should look at them. Then the major thing I want to talk about that the state need to look at critically, that we energize automatic growth, is energy. Energy. So if you ask me, the first solution is energy, energy, energy. Energy in the sense that if you go to ECN, I'm sure you know where ECN is in Ughelli. That Jeremy did that by Ughelli, towards Ughelli. Yes, where you have the ECN. There are gas turbines. Gas turbines. They supply light to people, but the power they have generated, they cannot use because there's no distribution. I think that if Delta State government can take initiative to provide facility to distribute those energy generated, the whole state will be lit up. And I tell you, if there is energy in Delta State, automatically the whole world will move here. There will be population growth. There will be urbanization. Warri will enter Ughelli, Warri will enter Saple, everywhere will be urbanized. And of course, look at the synergy. Look at the benefits of, an urban area. Like you go to Lagos, if you are selling pure water, you sell a lot because population growth, population explosion. Delta State will explode in population, economic activity will improve, and the rest. I don't want to take much of your time. Let me talk also about tourism. Many people are not looking at tourism. But in most part of the world, after you have gotten the airport, the airport, you've gotten the seaport, everything working fine. The next thing you need to look at that will bring in people. Some of us will travel. I'm sure you may have taken your children to the Disney World in the US. If you see population, in fact, you cannot count. It's very important that we should look at tourism. I just showed some site of tourism that in Delta State. Let me just tell you. Some tourism sites in Delta State that we're not looking at. You have the Mongo Park House. Mongo Park came to Ibuzo. So there's a Mongo Park House where the Lada brothers anchored at that time, so many years ago. Then the Nana Palace. A palace built by Chief Nana Olomo of Ebohin, a powerful Shekri chief and merchant. Of course, that one is still existing. You have the Living History Museum in Koko, showcasing the history and culture of the Warri Kingdom. You have the Kwale Game Reserve, a rainforest reserve with diverse wildlife, and of course, including reptiles and aquatic life. That's what we want to go. We normally watch in London Eye when we go to London, but they are here. Then River Ethiop. This is one of the rivers, a river with a unique source at the foot of a giant sick cotton tree, flowing through several local government areas. These are sites for attraction. Then things like Abracatoff and Country Club, a popular destination for horse riding, polo, and relaxation. And so many, there are very many that I have here that the government need to look at to see how you can develop them. Because when you provide security, when you provide routes, when you provide the airports and everything, people need to visit you, visit the state. And when they come, they should have some recreational activity that will make them, feel at home and know that they have gone to visit Delta State. My final words so far is that government may have many laws, but need enforcement of existing laws. Because if a government official is here, if you call the government official, he will come here and catalog a lot of things that they have done. But these things were just on paper. They have not been implemented. So government should enforce these laws that they have already enacted and ensure that they are monitored to ensure compliance. And like I told you, I don't want to belabor you with too much speech. These are the few things that are in my head right now to talk about. Thank you very much.
All right, can we give a round of applause one more time to our speaker? All right, can we please be seated? I think he noted a number of things that are very noteworthy. He talked about a mind shift. He talked about, the issue of insecurity, the implementation of the no divert policy, and a number of things that, we should look at. Thankfully, I saw the executive assistant to the governor writing, so we believe that this information is going to the right quarters. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker today is one who is very pivotal to today's event, like Pastor mentioned. He is the chairman of the Igbudu Market Traders Association, and also, which, by the way, I discovered that Igbudu Market is the biggest market in Delta State. He is also the vice chairman of the Market Traders Association of Nigeria. Put your hands together for Comrade Rume Kugbere as he comes to give us his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've on it. It's on? Yeah, thank you. It's a great privilege for me to be in your midst this morning. I greet everyone in the name of the Lord. And just like what my mentor, which is the pastor, I've just said and all that, my name is Comrade Ogenerume Kugbere, the President General of Igbudu Markets, and the Vice Chairman of all traders in Delta States. First of all, I want to truly get to emphasize on society things that is affecting the people, which is the trader of my markets. Actually, you people will honestly, sincerely agree with me here that if you look the town presently, the present situation of Warri now, almost 60% living, out of 100% living in Warri, at least 60% of the residential people in Warri, they are all business people. Then maybe 20% or 25%, maybe they are doing different kind of jobs and all that. Maybe the others are government, maybe 15% are government sectors. And if you look at it presently now, the way things are going, which is the inflations of things, of price, of commodity, the rate we bought things at last year is not the way we are buying this year. We, the traders, the business people, there's that same margin profit that you are making at last year. When there's let me just put it the regime of Jonathan Goodluck 10, 15 years back. They are buying a bag of rice at the rate of 70 to 20,000 naira. That same profit that you are using to sell that bag of rice of 20,000, presently now, bag of rice is about 60, 70, 80 to 100,000. Is that the same profit they are still using? There's no changes and all that. And if you look at our present economic, presently now, what you are consuming as a man in a day, what you are consuming, it's not easy for you to make it in a day. It's not easy because what you are making as a profit at then when these things are cheap, is the same profit you are still making presently today. So for you to meet up your immediate aims, I know that is very, very hard compared to the present situation of the country for now. So if you look at everything and all that, we need the assistance of government. There is no way we can despise that. We need the assistance of government and all that to come to our aid over all these things. For you to feed yourself, the minimum for now, at least a place should be at least less than 2,000, if I'm not mistaken, and all that. If you went back to any nearby booker and all that. And for you to make that money is very hard. If you can go to the market or to the Okere market, which is the nearby market here and all that, you will see some women, what they are sitting on, their table is not even up to 50,000 naira. And that's where they earn their daily livings. And that same table, the capital is there. They will still buy community tickets. They will buy other tickets and all that. At the end of the day, maybe if they made the profits, maybe 5,000 naira for the day, if I'm not mistaken, it's another 5,000 naira for the day profits. If you minus the ticket and other miscellaneous things that they buy and all that, out of that 5,000 naira, they will be left with nothing less than maybe 1,500 or 2,000 naira at the end of the day. That is what they will use to manage. And if you find out my traders and all that, they are not going forward. They are just staying in one place because of the economic of the country, present situation of the country for today now. So what I'm trying to say here is this. If you look at it in all areas of life, the people actually need the support of the government. For the government to come to their aids in terms of assisting them with loans and all that to boost up their business. Like over this matter and all that, I was privileged to be in a seminar like this, in a meeting like this at Warri State local government. I spoke with the Warri State local government chairman. I give him some certain points and all that. He should come to the aid of the people. The people are suffering. And these same people, they are the people that fight for you, that vote for you to come on board. Use your good hearts to see to the people and all that. In Akome, what is the modality for we? What is the modality for me to see to these people and all that? And I say, the only way you can give to them is that give them a soft loan. Subsidize the loan and all that. Because these people, they have nowhere to fall back to. Now they make many of the, I don't mind my language, I miss some hollow as a trader. Now they make many of these people, they go call run into some kind of microfinance, some kind of monetary lending and all that. They say one alapo. The interest rates, before you go trade, can't get one you go feed or to buy a cloth for yourself. Before you go talk of other small bigs and all that, the interest rate don't hit you. At the end of the day, you'll find out also you they trade for the Napo people. So what are we going to do? In us, okay, well, let's give our trader maybe a soft loan and all that with a very reduced rate through the process of Wema Bank. So we now, which is the people of Igbudu market, May market, and other market, we now affiliate with Wema Bank to seek to our people to help them, if they can help them to boost up their business and all that. Because capital in business matters a lot. Because what you are making as a profit today will determine how your living for tomorrow is going to count on. Then if you look at all these areas and all that, when you does not have a good capital to trade on, it will just look like you are just turning around in one place. Then at the end of the day, when you want to pay your store rent, or you want to pay your house rent and all that, it will be very, very difficult for you. Because there is no money and there's no money as that. And everything presently now is very, very cost. Very, very cost. So, and I sat with the local government chairman and all that to say, let's give our people loan. He now gave me the sum of 10 million naira to be given to each trader, the sum of 200,000 naira, with a very soft interest of, I think, 10,000 naira for in a year, which is 1,000 naira 800 every month, if I'm not mistaken, if I should calculate it. 800 every month through the process of Wema Bank. And the people there were all glamour over it. But that money and all that is very small because of the present situation of things at hand. But out of nothing, at least that one would not take them in a bit ahead. So out of that would not take them in a bit ahead. So we now look at all these things and all that. For you to survive presently now, because everybody is what is a businessman, trader, one way or the other. That's why I use that word at the initial stage. Over 60% of the people living in Warri, they are business people. And without capital, there's no way you can survive. And if this capital even gets to come and all that, because of the bills that you are paying, the different kinds of bills, maybe transportation bills and all that, you will find out that all what you have been working for, they're all within one place and all that. And by trading in this same market and all that, if there is no good access of roads to the market and all that, if everywhere is blocked, there's no way that the customers can usually come to you to say they want to patronize you and all that. So these are some of the things that the government should look and all that, just like the case of Igbodo Market. When we have, I think last year, when we have, this year should be February, if I'm not mistaken vividly, when we get fire incidents that occur in Igbodo Market and all that. If it is not for night, as you say now for daytime, the fire could have got the long way. For you to clear the road, the access road to the entrance of the place, it will be very, very difficult because everywhere is even blocked. Everywhere is blocked. The place is congested. It's very, very tight and all that. Because the reason here is this, there is no work. Everybody is now falling into business. Even every small space, everybody wants to make use of opportunity of it. Because everybody is looking one way or the other how to go to survive, to meet up his immediate needs and all that. So now, these are some of the problems that the markets they are facing and all that. So we now look a modality of it. How can we get out of it? It's only when the government come to our aid, because for you to trade, to move from one level to another, it will be very, very hard because of the margin profit. You cannot use it to sustain yourself within another. You just look like you are turning in one place. That's why we are seeking for the government help and all that to come to our aid. As the government is doing certain things, maybe putting like the market now in every market, just like what happened in the Igbodo Market, assuming that we have fire service station in that market. The fire incidents will have gone to that extent to damage how many lines and all that. So, in that sector and all that, we need a fire sector in that place in the market in case of any emergency. In case of any emergency and all that, so that we'll just get there, we'll train boys on ground that will be there, either day or night, changing shift in that place. So that in case of any emergency, before we call to share, or before we call to MPA Fire Service, or the one that is on Ogboru and all that, the one that is in the market is already there to salvage that problem at that immediate time, so that the problem will not expand than the present situation. Now, those people that lost their properties and all that, those people that lost their properties over the fires and all that, how can they come back to start up again? Those are some of the modalities that we are looking of. Those are some of the modalities. Although the government has been trying, which is the person of the Warri local government, comprised with the state governor, they have been trying in terms of other areas and all that in the market. But we need a standard in the market to put this in order. In terms of security aspect, they are still trying on it. But we still need to beef it up, mostly when the time is coming to the year is running out, which is this Eba month and all that. The rate of crime in the market is very, very high and all that. Even if you give these people loan of 1 million, 10 million to trade and all that, without security, they cannot give you a proper account of it. Because at the end of the day, after I went to Onitsha or to Lagos to bought my goods, to bring in my goods, place it on my shop, when I went to my home and all that, without proper security, those places will be bundled. They will break it and all that to pack out the load. Okay, now, if I lost my load in that area or not for the fire aspect of it, how will I raise money for me to salvage that loan? So if I cannot pay that loan, how can the government give me another one of it? It will be very, very hard. So those are some of the modalities and all that the trader needs. Because majority of the traders and all that, they have been running ahead one place to another. Look what they are basing on, what they are feeding. Because most of these women, majority of the people trading in the market, 60% of them, they are women. Maybe just 30 or 35% are men. And these women, they have been a very huge support to their wives. To their husband. Very, very good support to their husband and all that. Because the present situation of the country and all that, you cannot leave the load, the shoulder of the load for only the man. So both parties now work together to make sure that things flow in the house, that the children have their well brought up and all that. How can these things happen? It is only when the government come to our aid, to seek to our pains and all that, to know that these are the things that we are passing through and all that. Give us maybe, if these people that want, traders actually need money to trade. Maybe you may say that maybe you have 1 million naira, for example, you have 1 million naira, using 1 million naira to be managing your business and all that. By the time you will now look for certain things and all that you will need some certain goods to come into your shop. If you went to the bank to say, the bank to see to you, to fund this business for you, the rate of the interest rate that they will give to you will almost take the profit that he wants to make in that business. You almost take the profit. That is the reason why the government have to sit with bank with us, that will give us a better understanding, whereby the rate of the percentage, the interest rate, they will now subsidize this to a better rate that will suit the trader. It will also suit the banks and all that. It's not for only one. Not just by saying maybe, because things are very tight and all that, I will now went to this bank to took a loan to try to use to fund my business. I will now go for another bank again because they know that I'm a businessman, I'm using one shop as a collateral, and which is not too good. Because I have a similar case like that in my office that I'm handling. A lady took money for, I think, about 7 different cooperatives. 7 different. Take one for Lapo, one for bank. One of my chairman is here. One of the chairman is here. He's even among the people that savage that matter in my office. He took from Lapo. He took from Wema Bank. He took from one thing back at Okere Market there. Another one they call it, one thing Coastal Line, one thing. From different bank and all that. At the end of it, you could not meet up to pay all this money. The reason where is this? The interest rates for her is very, very high. After paying the interest and all that, for you to refund back the capital, you now find out that even the one that is using to trade now go along with the interest rate. So I'm the one that invited all these banks and all that to say, no, it's not done this way. Let's not that this person, at least, let's focus on the capital that this person is owing you. Every interest should be paused. Let's stop the interest for now. Because if we continue with interest and all that, this person may have a BP. The BP will shoot. But if this person late at the end of it and all that, you will not recover your money. They not say that, no, okay, well, they will go to see what they will get back to me and all that. After I think about 2-3 days, after about 2-3 days interval, when the banks, the various banks and all that, they now came and I called some of my various chairmen and all that because I have about 9 chairmen under me in Igbudu market. When we now sit over the matter, how much are they owing you? We now, this one I make sure, this one I make sure. Okay, from now on, this is how we're going to be paying you your money through the help of the woman and her husband. And that is what we have been doing, and the thing is going well with her. But assume that this woman was being funded by the government, either maybe by draft or by a loan with a very low interest and all that. It won't be a hard thing for her to pay because the reason, before the woman went to a bank to say, I want to take a loan to fund my business, she has a vision. She has in mind that if I take this loan, I will grow. I will grow. But unfortunately, she could not calculate the interest that would be coming. How can you be servicing that interest the same time from this business, feeding over this business, the same time for this business, paying your children fees, the same time from this business, paying your rent and all that. She didn't calculate those amenities and all that. She just focused that, if I do this one, buy this one, I can be paying the interest and all that. Those are the things that kill her. So in our indication here is this. We as a trader, there's no way we could deny that without the government we can succeed. No, it is a lie. We actually need the presence of the government. We need it more than any other. Because when the government is by us, anything that we are working, if there's an understanding, we will be guided. Whereby, just like a seminar like this and all that, If the government call this my people, which is the trader, business people, to a seminar like this, it will help them. It will help them, telling them that, this money that you want to take for so bank, after I give you this money, I not say that as we give you this money, maybe you can't go ask, can't go shop big food. Because some of the women, after they took 2 million, 3, 5 million from bank and all that, they will now look, it has been long that I shop catty. It has been long that I shop car leg. They will now start cooking big foods and all that. They will feel that, they will think that the whole money is for them. So they need a program like this. They need a program like this. So to sensitize these people, to tell them that, this money, and if you want to take a loan, look what you have. If you are controlling 10 million, don't go for 20. Don't go for 20. You go beyond. If you are controlling 10 million, go for 5 million. So that you can work on that area. When you go on 5 million and all that, if you are trading, because your capital first cover what you took from bank. You get it right. So when you are trading, the money won't affect your own. But if the one that you took from bank is bigger than what you have, my dear, it will be a problem. Because all costs, all modality, transport here, this, that, they are all from there. They are the end, if you are God-fearing person, if you can pay back that loan, you will find out that from the capital that you have, we now do what? We drop. That is the reason I always advise my trader that if you want to take a loan, you have a statistics of what you have, go beyond what you have, so that loan won't affect your capital. In terms of if you finish paying that loan, it won't affect your capital. That's why I just give them a lecture like this and all that. So these are some of the things that the government need to be doing. That is what my pastor, which is my mentor, is doing now, presently, to sensitize the people, to let them know that there are certain things that you need to obtain in life. But if you are too forward to, or you are too greedy into certain things and all that, it will affect your tomorrow, which is the one that you have. You will not have anything to be recorded on. So if the government can be placing a seminar like this, sensitizing the people, over giving them lecture, that these are the things, this, that, at least my people, they will be well-oriented, because majority of the traders, they are not well-learned. Just like the way, you can see the way I'm speaking, using Pidgin and English together, blend it all. Because we are all business people, you see. So, for all indication here is this. We actually need the government to do certain things in the market to help the people. After trading and all that, nobody will want to lose it, add in money, which is just like the security light they have been putting in majority streets of the areas and all that. My dear brothers and sisters, I will frankly speak to you that light that you are seeing is not only just for the beauty of the streets, it's reducing the rate of crime in every area. So these are the things that we need around all our markets, so that the rate of crimes are not that when our people are trading, they will be trading with what? With confidence. With confidence. After you borrowing money from one place or the other, at the end of the day, you can give account of what you trade on, and you can go back to your home with a happy heart, coming back the next day morning with joy over because of what? All what you have been trading and all that, you can give an account of it. Not just whereby you are trading and all that, one small boy will not just come, hey, wait. Maybe all what you gather, maybe the loan that you took, just take it for a day and all that. It's very painful and all that. That is the reason why every market needs that word, security, light, and easy access to the market. It will help our traders. Then, if I will say again the list, another thing here is that in our market here is that so many markets, there are so many tickets have been sold to the traders and all that. Mostly those ones that they are hawking. Maybe you will find out that this train that this person carried is not even up to 10,000 naira. But the tickets this person will buy will even up to 1,005, if I'm not mistaken. Because one of the chairman in civil here is the Okrika chairman. Yeah, they used to say Okrika every Saturday. You know what? I've called him for meeting over his boys and all that this thing should be reduced. But the boys, they will let you to know that, we settled this, we are doing this, so we are paying to office in local government. You understand? So the government should come to the traders' aid and all that to subsidize, to sit to the people, to subsidize the rate of tax, which is the ticket the traders are buying in the market. It's very, very cost another because the same meal, the same profit that you are using to sell in 10 years back is that same profit that you are still using. Why the rate of feeding is very high. Food that you have, maybe food you will cook for 3,000 naira 5 years back, it's no longer 5,000. For now, it's about 10, 15, 20,000. 10, 15, 20,000. So things are very high. So that the cost of all these tickets and all that should come down. That is another area that I'm pleading to the government. If the government can do all these things for us, at least the place of coming to trade will be very, very okay for us and others. So for that, I thank everybody and I greet everybody in Jesus' name.
Wonderful presentation. Let's give Comrade Rume Kubere a round of applause. Thank you for that powerful presentation.
Thank you.
You know that if you have been to Igbudu Market
Thank you,
on
sir.
a Saturday morning...
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my mentor.
Please help me get the mic. If you have been to Igbudu Market on a Saturday morning, you do not need to go to the gym. Don't forget about gym. You are good. All right. And then towards the festive season, it's something else. But he has really highlighted very, very pivotal points. And thank God we have the MDC of Amju Unique Microfinance Bank. I hope that at the end of the day, there will be a synergy between the bank and the market. Powerful, powerful presentation. All right. And our next speaker, because of time, we're going to be... Meanwhile, please help me tell everyone around you that they too can be a part of the conversation. We are live on Mega 89.1 FM. So tell them we are also live on YouTube. So please go everywhere, share the link on your WhatsApp, on your Facebook, on your Instagram, and let everyone be a part of it. In fact, somebody just messaged me and said, please, they should talk about house agents. I wish that at some point it would come up because that's a very, very, pivotal aspect as well. All right. Our next speaker is a curator, is a connector, and a catalyst for change in the city of Warri. Personally, I regard him as an evangelist because anybody who can pull that amount of crowd on a regular basis, it's the call of God upon his life. I know it, all right? He's a festival organizer across up to 5 major cities in Nigeria. He's the founder and chief visionary behind the Rave Experience events. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Omamofe Omasheye as he comes to give us his presentation. If you have ever attended a rave event, whether at Delta Carriers or at Shell, this is the man behind the event. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? All right, good morning, everybody. It's so amazing to be here, seated with you guys here today. I'm not really a big public speaker, so this is a little bit tough for me, but I'm going to do my best. So thank you so much for having me. Starting on existing protocol, I really appreciate the convener of this event, Pastor Tobore, for the opportunity to speak here. It really means a lot to me, and speaking about Warri in general is something that is very passionate to me because I'm a hardcore Warri boy. I've lived here all my life. I grew here, and I made my first million here, right? Warri, against a lot of people's opinions, and people think they can't grow out of Warri or they can't scale out of Warri. Warri has been a life-changing experience for me. And I feel it can be a life-changing experience for anybody. It depends on your mindset and what you see. For me, I see opportunities all around us, As an entrepreneurial or entrepreneur-spirited man, I like where there's problems because it helps me to create solutions and it helps me to stand out. And I believe that anybody that has that kind of mindset should also look for opportunities like that to be able to stand out in whatever fields that you are. So my name is Omamofe Omasheye. I'm the founder and creator of Rave Experience. It started in Warri in 2017, and we have been going for the past 8 years plus. Currently, we started in Warri, but we're currently in 5 cities across the world, across Nigeria, sorry. We recently had an event in London as well, but it also started from Warri, right? So we're in Port Harcourt, we're in Uyo, we are in Asaba, we're in Warri, and we're in Benin. So Rave Experience is an outdoor event for young people to have a good time. We use our platform to promote young businesses, SMEs, small and medium-scale businesses as well. So it has been an amazing journey. Our last event recorded about 15,000 guests at 4 of our cities that we hosted in Warri, Asaba, Benin, and the rest. So we have a good audience, and it has been amazing. So right now I'm here because I want to talk about the reward, speak to the governor on how they can support the creative economy in Delta State, right? So this is something that has, a lot of people have said, why Warri? Why not do these events in Lagos or Abuja? Warri is a city that there's not really a lot of support that comes to you as a creator, but we decided to base in Warri because we're tired of our young people traveling, looking for excitement in all other parts of the world or in all other parts of the country. You see people traveling to Lagos for excitement, people traveling to Lagos for a good time, and we're like, why do our people have to only identify or be able to have a good time traveling to these places? How can we bring it home? How can we make Warri fun? How can we make people want to stay back home and ignore whatever it is that's happening in other parts of the country? How can we centralize entertainment in Warri and make it home? And that's where the vision for Rave Experience started. We wanted to create an ecosystem that supported young businesses, that supported young people having a good time and being able to express, and that's what we created that for. So my message to the governor, to be very honest, is support or amplify track records, right? So over the years, when we've been doing this Rave Experience in Warri, we've come across a lot of challenges, but we never stopped. We kept going, trying to innovate, going through all the challenges. We started, there was 0 sponsors, 0 support, but we kept on doing something with excellence at the back of our mind. At every event, my team know, I tell them, regardless of what the budget is, our target is going to be excellence. What I want, I'm tired of people knowing Warri to be jaguda, to be rough, to be all of that. Let's send Warri, or let's push Warri as a message of oneness, as a message of fun, as a message of people having a good time, as opposed to Warri being known for pidgin, gra-gra, fighting. I'm a Warri boy and I travel out a lot, and a lot of people see me and when I tell them I'm a Warri boy, they want to expect that I'm a little bit too gra-gra-ish. But I'm like, no. I grew up in Warri, but I went to the best schools. I'm very intellectual. Some people say I'll be your get inside. I'll be one of those people when they say, come on, stay inside. I grew up in Ekrede Shekrim. I'm one of the less of the commots. They always stay inside. But even with that, I had a vision of excellence. And that excellence was what guided my brand from where it started from to where it is today. My message to the governor is there's so much potential in the youth. In my team, I work with a team of about 60 to 70 people that are on salaries at every single event. The event ecosystem can empower so many people. We pay these people, they are from Warri, they do excellent work, and they are excelling at different parts of the careers and different departments that they are being told to lead. So let's give room for the young people in Warri to thrive. Let's give room for the ecosystem in Warri to excel. A lot of my teammates, when they were saying something about tribal crisis, and it's funny to me because from the grand scale of things, we are just one people. We're just one small city. In the globe, when we zoom out, we're just a people. They will categorize us as Deltans, as Warri people. Whether or not you're a Robo, you're a Shekiri, wherever you're from, you're a Warri person, you're a Deltan person. And that is the core of our existence. If we go abroad, if you see the way our Nigerian people collectively hold each other close, We don't care if you're an Igbo or Yoruba. When you are abroad, you are one Nigeria, we're one blacks. We love each other as one. So why come to somewhere so little that we should collectively join efforts to develop and we're trying to be diverse, right? I don't want that to be the message that our generation is holding on to. It hurts me so much when I see that kind of message being pushed out in this modern day. Because when we are gathered at a rave experience, when 15,000 of my guests are gathered and having a good time at my event, nobody cares for tribe or religion. We're all dancing to secular music that we love. We're all celebrating life. We're all celebrating being Wafarians. We are all neutral on that ground. Nobody is any tribe. It's not written on our foreheads. We are just human having an amazing time. And that is what we need to preach at all times. A lot of people are complaining about job opportunities not existing. In the Western world, the summer period, some people only work for summer because that's when they have most of their biggest festivals. Some people say the amount of money we make from just the festival scene or the event space in just summer is able to take us for the whole year. So that means they only work about 3 to 4 months for the whole year, and they don't have to do anything else for the rest of the year because that economy is so vast. People want to go outside, people want to have a good time, people want to see their favorite acts and artists, right? And with this gathering, there's so much messages that we can send. You can't just, if you're gathering a lot of youths, there's so much that you can tell them. There's so much job creations that can happen. You can preach against vices. We can preach against war. We can send so many messages of the government or entrepreneurship. We can preach all of these messages to so many of these youths at these gatherings. It doesn't always have to be just party and fun and vibes. Sometimes we can use the platform to educate. We can use the platform to teach. We can use the platforms to empower. We have gathered these people here. Let's use this platform to sell our country, our city, and our state. Right? So that is what we continually do. We grow and we build the next generation of leaders. And I encourage the governor to look at the creative sector not as a fun sector. A lot of times, I'm going to even point this out, when they do some appointments, I feel sometimes appointments are based on political leverage, not based on credits. So we should stop appointing people because, we've given this particular set of people this, let's balance it out. We're not trying to balance out. We're looking for minds that have shown, shown working. You have shown a proof of concept. In the West, a lot of these people invest so much into research. You are seeing people that are researching, they build institutions for research like this. How can a proof of concept work? And when this concept works, they amplify it. Let the government amplify the voices. They know what is working in this city. These things have been shown over time that track records of success rates is there for everybody to see. From an event that started from 150 people and grew to 15,000 people for each of its editions, it shows there is a growth trajectory. Now, how can we tap into these resources and educate the youth? It's not when it's time for election that you're trying to gather young people and say, we did this. No, how are you engaging with the youth? How are you engaging with the creative sector? Everybody's on their phones. Everybody is trying to do something fun or learn a skill or something. You can come on here and say, 5 people from this event are going to go home with scholarships because there are students there from Ugara, from Delsu, from Ozoro. They are gathered there to have a good time because the stress of the country is a lot for them. And that's why we build our event around affordability. No matter how the economy gets hard, we always make sure that our ticket prices are minimal because the country don't hard finish. You know, 10 person may come pay 20,000 to have a good time. So we create an environment for youth to have a fun time, but we're also looking to empower them. Over time, in the last 8 years of our event existence, we've empowered over 800 vendors that come to our event, small businesses that are selling small chops, selling hair, selling phone accessories. They come and we have a brand exhibition. And when they exhibit their products, they are able to reach new markets because it's not every day that 15,000 people gather in Delta State at any event. So they build their markets, they sell to their customers, and we're able to amplify from there. You come there, you sell to you build an audience, you sell to your market, you amplify, you're connecting to new audiences. And we don't just want to do that. We're not just focusing, are we talking about the contracts that go out, the vendors that we're empowering, the amount of worry vendors? In fact, so much of our infrastructure as regards to the entertainment is so biased, like it's so bad. We have to get things from Port Harcourt, get things from Lagos, but these things can be here. You know, we need to create an ecosystem that works in Warri. We need to empower the event sector. We need to encourage the nightlife. Imagine you can't even go out at night. At my event, sadly, we close by 12 a.m. But the people are craving. They say, no, leave it for us till 2 a.m. Leave it for us till 3 a.m. And I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm in as much as I want you to have fun, I also want you to be safe. But there's no environment of safety because when they close by this time, they're not sure if they're going to get home safe. There's no proper transportation system. Keke closes by 10. Anyone that is outside 10, that is out after 10, they get sanctioned by the police. Right? So there's so much. So we have to close earlier. The government needs to look at ways. How can we improve the transportation system? How can we improve the security system? These are things that we need to sit down, and there needs to be a collaboration between government and the private sector. Because without private sector, government cannot do everything. Identify who is doing it right in these particular sectors, partner with them to elevate the platforms that already exist. It's easy as ABC. You mustn't go and start from scratch. I notice a lot of times people will send me videos and they're like, oh, they are doing this big show in Warri. And at the end of the day, they put so much money into the infrastructure, and at the end of the day, you see the turnout is poor. But I'm like, we can all come together and do this thing as one people and amplify the whole voice and make it even louder than it should be. Let Lagos look at Warri. Let Lagos look at Asaba and say, my God, this can happen here. When I started in 2017, sponsors, they don't classify Warri in their annual budgets. Brands, big brands like Nigerian breweries, international breweries, they don't even think about, when they say an event is happening in Warri, we say, where is Warri? What's happening in Warri? But we spoke to them and we told them that we have this audience in Warri, give us a chance. They did not listen. We started to show walk-ins. We built our audience, we built our brand, we built our numbers, and now they are taking us for yearly, they want to sponsor us the whole year. They are piling up and saying, oh, how can we give back? How can we do this? Now they have put Warri in their roadmap. Now when they are doing their annual budget, they are saying rave experience, Warri, Asaba, Benin, Port Harcourt. But before it was just Lagos and Abuja. But we have now shifted their focus to see that these numbers that these small numbers of maybe 5K audiences you are doing in Lagos, we're doing 15,000 in Warri. So are the people in Lagos more special than the people in Warri? Why is Lagos your focus? So now they have seen the clarity of the vision now to expand beyond Lagos and now focus their strengths on Warri. But now, when they come here, how are we welcoming them? What are the infrastructures that we're putting in place? Because a lot of their staffs fly here for these events. Are they safe? One of my biggest challenges is hotels. They don't even see hotels to sleep. There's no hotel on Airport Road. There's no good hotel on Airport Road. Aside from Bonn Hotel and maybe Ivy Lodge, which other hotel do we have in Warri? There's no hotel. So these are things that we need to work on. How is the governor partnering with private sector to provide hotels, right? To house people when they come. You know? So these and many more are things that we as a brand have tried to push. We have done our best as a private brand, as a small brand with zero or no support. We have tried our best to sell and market Warri to the best. If the government comes and says, we're going to assist you, you have done this much, let's take it up here a little bit. There's so much recognition that we can get. If we work as a team, but we are isolated. The people that they have put in place to do these things, they're not reaching out to us. Now we are expanding to other cities, and other governments in other cities are coming and saying how. But Delta State is our origin. Warri will always be our base. Warri will always be our first love. And Warri will always have our biggest biannual events. So I'm preaching to the government and I'm preaching to people. There's so much in the creative sector. There's so much tourism. Dirty December is coming. Everybody knows the hype around Dirty December. It's like If people they save throughout the year, make they feel enjoy for 30 December. What is the government making? What plans is the government making to welcome people that are going to come home? A lot of families, a lot of people are going to travel from abroad to come home worry this December. They're coming from Canada, they're coming from the UK, they're coming from all parts of the world. What plan has the government made now to welcome them? I mean, we are planning raves. That is just one-day event. Where are they going to stay? What hotels are available? What short-stay apartments are available? How are we welcoming the investors when they come? Right? We need a collaborative effort. Everybody needs to do their part. We will throw the event. Somebody should focus on the hospitality. Other people should focus on the transportation. Let's make Warri an ecosystem. We have so much potential in Warri. The Ilache that Lagos is known for now, that everybody is traveling to Lagos and they want to go to Ilache, the beaches, it's nothing compared to what we have in Escravos and our water areas. It's nothing. All these beach houses that our people here are going to build big ones there, if we invest this infrastructure here, there's so much that we can do. We have so many beautiful islands that the Lord has blessed us with in this region. We have so much resources that we can tap into. I don't want to do this alone. I'm tired of doing this alone. I'm tired of doing this alone. We can do so much more. My mind is a brain box of ideas. I need the government to identify these ideas and work with us to amplify creatives, to give room for creatives to grow, to identify the young audiences in Niger Delta and in Warri, and help us to scale together as one single platform. Thank you so much. That's my time.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause one more time to Mr. Mofe? Wonderful, 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 wonderful session. So powerful, so passionate. I know when he said that there are no hotels in Warri, some of you are wondering, should be in a hotel. But there are hotels and there are, All right, so one more time, a round of applause for Mr. Mofe. And also, we can see the connection between each speaker. Everybody has mentioned security, everybody. So you see that these things they're all angled together, all right? He also said something that's very pivotal, which is that what is the plan of the government to host people who are coming home in December? That in itself is a huge market. I'm aware that the Lagos state government now has like a dirty December economy, totally. You know, they have their own events and everything. All right. Whilst we're still here, we have about 2 more speakers to go, and then we have a panel session and then a Q&A as well. You would also have an opportunity to add your voice to the conversation. We are live on Mega 89.1 FM, and then people are free to send in comments, sending, constructive, engagement as well. We are also live on YouTube. Do well to share the links. People can ask questions on their YouTube. If you are listening on radio and you want to send a comment, the number to send it to is 08030597015. Once again, if you are listening on radio, the number to send your questions to 08030597015. You can also do that on the YouTube comment section as well. All right. Is everyone learning? Are we together? Come on, if you are together. I'm trying to not say amen. But what other choice do I have? Can we say amen? All right. So our next speaker is preparing to come up, and he is also in the business sector somewhat. He's someone who renders services to small and medium enterprises in the city of Warri. He's also going to be up shortly. But whilst we are waiting for him to, get ready, how many of you love the beautiful presentation from Comrade Kubere one more time? I wish we had a housing agent person in this place, because I would have first fought the guy first. Because what agent has shown me this year, in fact, they're still showing me now. This year alone, it's terrible. I hope that the government will, Honorable sir, please talk to the governor about it. All right. Also, we're going to have a time where the executive assistant to the governor is going to also come and, give us somewhat like a reply from all the things that we have also talked about. So, sir, you have a huge work on your shoulder. I hope that you'll be able to carry all of these responses when the time when the time comes. All right. We will. Oh my God, we're trying to save time. So yes, let's have on the stage global speaker and trainer, founder of the Worry Business Mentoring Class, Dr. Segun Manuel. He himself is a bona fide Worry boy to the core. Put your hands together for him as he comes. You can do better for Dr. Segun Manuel.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let's be seated. Thank you so much, Pastor Tobere, for having me today again. This is the second time in a row that I'm here. Please, let's put our hands together for Pastor Tobere. All right, so a lot has been said about what we need to do to change the trajectory in our state. And I'm going to be sharing some vital changes that the government needs to make to foster a better state, right? So last year I was here, and one of the things we spoke about was the need to have peace in the state. All the other speakers who spoke before me has talked about it. I'm also going to talk about it. But let me welcome everyone by saying good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Pastor Tobere again and the crew for making this happen. It's an honor for me to stand here today to speak about a topic that's not only dear to me, but crucial to the future of our beloved Delta State and Warri, our city. The vital changes that we must make to foster a better state are what I'm going to be sharing about. Delta State is blessed. How many of us agree? How many of us agree Delta State is blessed? Warri also is blessed. We are blessed with oil, with a fertile land, with rivers, with cultures that are variant but very exciting. And above all, we are blessed with very vibrant people. But the question before us today is simple. With all this blessing, why are we not where we ought to be yet? That's a question for every one of us seated here, those listening on radio, and those also watching on YouTube. Why are we not where we are supposed to be, having all the things that we have and knowing all the things that we know? Here are some ideas that I have in mind that I want to share this morning that we can do differently. Our governor and the government of the state can do differently to begin to change the narrative. Number one is economic diversification beyond oil. How many of us have heard of this before? Every time we talk about, working out, what we need to do differently, everybody is speaking out about economic diversification. And I'm excited when I hear Dr. here spoke about economic diversification from the point of view he spoke about it. Very nice. But for too long, oil has been both our blessing and has also been a burden to us. How many of us agree on that? Yes, if you live in Delta State, you will know that there was a time where everything we did was around oil and gas. So we had uncles, we had parents who worked in Shell, worked in Chevron, worked in Mobil, worked in Nigerian dredging, Westminster dredging, worked with Lamnaco, worked with Slobeje, all these other companies, everything was surrounded around oil and gas. And when things began to change at that time, a lot moved. Now that we know all of that, we know that we cannot drink our oil, and the oil cannot employ all the youths that we have today. So something needs to happen differently. Imagine if Delta State became the largest producer of palm oil. Doctor spoke about it that if the port is open, a lot can happen with agric on us exporting. Imagine that we are the largest producer of cassava flour. Imagine that we are the largest producer of rice. Imagine also, with all the fish farm around Delta State, that we are the largest producer of catfish. It is possible for that to happen. Our farmers will prosper, our youth will be gainfully employed, and our economy will thrive. We must begin to support SMEs. We must begin to encourage agriculture. A lot of people have spoken about that before I came. We must also begin to promote tourism. And I'm going to talk quite a lot about that in the few minutes that I have. From the Asaba Film Festival to the rave events and to the beaches in Ogulaha, in Uborodo, We have stories and sites that the world is waiting to see. Thankfully, Doctor shared a lot of the sites that we have in Delta State that many of us here as young people have never visited. If we must grow the economy of Delta State, Mr. Governor, sir, we must improve the quality of our education. We must improve the quality of our education and skills development. I went to school in this city. As a matter of fact, I was born here. Went to school, Ogunu Primary School, went to Nana Primary School, went to Yerune College, went to Nana College, went to Delta State University, and on and on. The education we got 10, 20 years ago, you can agree with me, it's not the same education we have today. Agree? Something needs to change. Something needs to give. What was happening 10, 20, 30 years ago is not what is happening now. A better Delta State must be built in the classroom. But not just classroom where we cram and pass exams, but classrooms where young people learn skills, innovation, and character. We must strengthen vocational training. How many of us know now, for those of us who are building, that if you need hard skills today, if you want a tiler, you will not get a worry boy that is a tiler. Do you agree? If you need construction people, you will not get a worry boy that is a construction person. Do you agree? Most of the people who get to do all of these things are people. But I grew up in a time where my parents, when they went to technical school, they taught them how to do shoemaking. They taught them these basic skills, but that's not what is happening in our schools today again. We must strengthen vocational training, invest in ICT hubs, not just in Warri, but in Ughelli, in Asaba, in Kwale, in Agbo, and also train our teachers for the future and not for the past. Because the truth is, the jobs of tomorrow will not wait for a Delta that is unprepared. Number 3 thing the government needs to look at, sir, is youth empowerment and job creation. And when we talk about youth empowerment and job creation, everybody's mind goes to one direction. Let's look for money or train them on something that they need to do. But it goes beyond this. Our greatest resource is not oil, it's our young people. Do you agree? And we have a large number of vibrant young people in Delta State. That's why I'm very excited about what Mofa is doing with RAVE. But you know, too many of these young people are idle, unutilized, or underutilized. You can bet me today that if you take a statistics of the people riding keke in Warri today, you will see master's degree holders amongst them. Do you agree? Majority of them are first degree holders. You cannot have a community that has this large number of educated people, but that resources unutilized. And we know the saying, and I do mind, they say is what? It's devil's workshop. We must begin to engage young people productively. We must support their creativity in music. We are doing well there. In sports, we can do better there. Sir, let me say this. Football is not the only sport in the world. Do we agree? There's something they call in economics a comparative advantage. It's where you have the best opportunities as compared to other people. One of the things that is common to us in Warri and Delta State generally is the fact that we're an aquatic community. Do you agree? How many of us know what aquatic community is? We are surrounded by water. Strangely, that comparative advantage in sports is not being used. When they do all the festivals of sport they do in Nigeria today, you will find out that at no time do you see, no offense to those in the sports industry, but at no time do you see us having a headway in the aquatic sports. For example, guys, simple example, if we have a swimming event in Delta State today or in Nigeria, and we properly engage our brothers from those guys that are naturally in our waterways around here, we're from our market, I don't want to call the market name, but you know those are our market side. Naturally, they will take their back, cross drum from this side of the water to the other side. Imagine you put that guy in a swimming competition, nobody will beat him. Because that is what comes naturally to him. He has comparative advantage in that. Sir, if we must begin to develop sports, we must begin to look at where we have comparative advantage. Another place we have comparative advantage It's the fact that we already have young people involved in internet. I don't want to use the other word, but they are involved with the internet, right? They are already involved in the internet. And I'm going to suggest something, I postulate something that we can do. I talked about having ICT hub just now. We'll talk more about that. But then, we will support their creativity in music, in sports, in fashion. We generally like fashion. The Delta man is a fashionistic man. Do we agree? The Yoruba man likes style. The Shekiri man likes guy. The Isoko man, same thing. Many of us don't know that these 4 tribes in Delta State are 4 cousins. There's a drink that's called 4 cousins. Peace is primus. Everybody say this together. Say peace is primus. What does that mean? Peace is number 1. Without peace, there's no development. Without peace, there's nothing that can happen without peace. If mommy is not happy in the house, daddy cannot do very well. Do you agree? If mommy is not happy in the house, you cannot enter that house. Same thing, if there's no peace in the state, all these things we're talking about will not make any sense. So I'm going to say to the government, and I'm going to say to you that is here listening to me, to you listening on radio, and to you watching on YouTube, peace is something that we all must fight for. When I was growing up in his house on a Mayberry, almost 40 years ago now, we didn't know if I was Shekiri or Ijo. We didn't know if our neighbor was. There was no difference. We all grew up in the city as brothers. And that must remain. Because worry itself is what is the tribe of all of us. Good place to clap. When you go out there and the house, you say you are a worry boy. I mean, not be so. You will see Calabar people who come into worry and are claiming worry boy. Is it not? Because they've joined the tribe. So our tribe is not any of these our individual tribes. Our tribe is what? Is worry. And so we must all defend it. We must all defend it. All those little things that makes us, look at ourselves as enemies. Those things is not devil. Oh. Now they give us that eye goggle to see what this one do and what this one not do. Let me say this. For young people who were not here in 1999, and a lot of people speak about 1999. Before 1999, there were a lot of things that were happening in the city. If you did not know, there was DSC that was working. If you did not know, there was Globestar. If you didn't know, there was Shell. There was Chevron. And every company tied to all of these companies. I met them. I saw them. When we were going to school in another college, Shell used to bring one bus. They didn't used to ask whether your parents worked in Shell or not. Once you stay in the area, you join the Shell bus. The DSC used to bring bus to the primary school that time. They'll carry you from here as far as DSC. You know all the route from here to DSC. Not be now a house on there everywhere. At that time, there were no houses. It was just bushes around. And they would transport us down there. Why am I saying all of this? We need to get back to that point. Because all the things we're asking the governor to do, he cannot do them until there is peace in place. Without peace, there can be no progress. We must tackle insecurity. And a lot has been said about it. I don't want to go, deep dive into that anymore. Peace is not just the absence of conflicts. It's the presence of justice, fairness, and opportunity for all of us. Number 5 thing the government needs to do, sir, waste management. Waste management. Waste management is big business in any economy that is serious about improving what they are doing. You know why? It can generate jobs for a large number of people. Thankfully, the government is doing its best to see how they can manage waste in our states, but there's so much more that needs to be done. I know there's a PPP that is managing that, but then it can be more. These days, many of us generate waste, and we're afraid because we don't know where to send the waste we are generating to. We're generating the waste and keeping the waste with us. But that waste it will not just only raise job opportunities, but it also can be recycled to becoming wealth. Is it not? Yes, major cities in the world are recycling. Imagine what they raise in Igbudu market, for example. If they have good waste management system there where people are segregating waste and making sure that they have people who are clearing the waste, and when that waste comes, they take the one that is plastic and they go and recycle. Will be generating, funds for the market. Will be generating funds for the people who are involved. You can pay them. Imagine if we replicate that across the whole of the local government. Imagine also if we replicate that across the state. That is something we're not looking at. I've seen what they do in other states, and I don't want to mention names, but in other states in Nigeria, waste management is big business, and we need to begin to do that. If we engage 2-3 major contractors that can deliver on that front, we would have done very well, right? And then number 6, some people have already mentioned on all of this. I'm going to talk about the marine economy. In Lagos, they call it the blue economy, sir. There is so much. Remember, I talked about comparative advantage. Comparative advantage. In Delta, one of our comparative advantages is that we have the water, right? And we need to begin to do more. The state government needs to pay attention to what we can do in the waters. Imagine now, sir. I grew up here. 45 years I've been in the city. And in that 45 years, I have not seen escravos. How many of us have seen escravos? See, I'm only about 4 or 5. Escravos is the place where the real economy of this state comes from, is it not? Yes. So what can the government do on that, sir? Mofe spoke about Ilashe today. Ilashe now is what they are doing in that state to make sure that people from the mainland go and see what is happening in the hinterlands and islands of the state. If we have a ferry system that has 4 ferry boats, large ones that are not just those speed ones that some of us are afraid to enter, we have that good ferry system with TV. It's not just going to make us see what is happening on that part. It's going to boost our tourism. You know, how many of us have seen the Ogulaha beach? I saw it recently on Instagram. This beach we look at in Florida, in Lagos, that you see the waves flowing. You think it's not anywhere around here. Go to Ogulaha, it's there. Go to Ogborodo, it's there. The problem is that nobody has been able to go there to see it. Imagine that we have those big ferry boats going there, the ones that we are not afraid to enter, that looks really nice. That's what they did in Bonisa. In Boni, one of the greatest problems of that place is that you have challenges reaching there. And some of those oil companies provided those big ferry boats that everybody who wants to go there can enter those ferry boats and go and say, if they put one in Ogulaha, to go to Ogulaha today, I can tell you, many of us will spend the next holiday in the Ugborodo Ogulahas. And when we start going there, the next thing will be that, we first spoke about building hotels. People will be shortlets there. And then this cluster in the landlocked city that we're experiencing, because we're landlocked, whether you like it or not, we can't extend beyond where we are right now, right? Everybody can begin to move, and then we move in that direction, and then there will be no challenges anymore. So, sir, if you've not heard anything from me, is that the blue economy is key, and we need to begin to do. Let me share a final example before I leave in 2 minutes. How many of us have traveled to Kwale from Ughelli, Ole, Isoko to Kwale? Imagine, sir, that the government invites Facebook, Meta, Twitter. AI is the way now, is it not? Invite an AI company there. We already have the young people who are involved in the internet. Good or bad, right? We have the young people who are involved in the internet already. We set up a hub, an ICT hub on that axis. And then we talked about power earlier on. Now there's an electricity bill, or an act rather, that says that the state government can do anything on power generation, right? Imagine that they give power. They don't have to give it to the whole state. Give it to that axis, the Kwale or Zoro or Gwashuku axis. They already have 3 universities there. Fantastic. Get these young people to be involved in these things. Before you know it, there will be so much people going in there, and there will be people who are improving on the IT industry, and then businesses will begin to move there. When that begins to happen, we invite real estate people there, and they can start building houses there. Before you know it, people start going there. The congestion this way moves to that axis, and then we have a thriving ICT industry. India did it. We can't do it. We cannot depend on oil only. My prayer is that Delta has all it takes to rise. What we need now is courage, discipline, and unity. If we fix our education, if we diversify the economy, if we empower our youth, Delta State will not just be rich, but it will be opportunity rich. Let us reimagine Delta not as a place of wasted potential, but as a land where dreams are possible, where businesses can thrive, and where every citizen can say with pride, "Now my Delta be this, now my worry be this." Thank you, and God bless Delta State. Thank you.
Can everyone say, "Now my Delta be this"? Can everyone say, "Now my worry be this"? One more time, a round of applause for Dr. Shegun Manuel. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We are moving, and we are moving really fast. We have some comments already coming in from Mega FM. This one says, good morning. Thank you so much for this program. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you so much for this program. We are being blessed already. Please, I'd like for you to address the issues of house agency. House agency and landlords and landladies extortion through landlord drinks, culture, and agreement fees on tenant tax. Serious matter. Again, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving. Our next speaker is the co-founder and CEO of Carissa Restaurant and Supermart. He's a dynamic enterprise reshaping retail and hospitality in Warri. With over 2 decades of corporate and entrepreneurial leadership, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Deacon Emmanuel Robo Agwemuria, CEO of Carissa Foods and Restaurant. Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome.
Okay, good morning. I believe I'm heard clearly. Want to stand on existing protocols. And I want to say for every one of us, at this August gathering, I believe the 2nd edition, right? Or the 3rd, okay? We're all welcome. For those of us who came in a bit late, there was a prelude to the speakers, and it was all about what do you love about Nigeria? And it dovetailed into what do you love about Delta State, and we all said 1 or 2 things which I believe there was learning and lessons from. But I want to say to us from the Bible, it says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, for therein lies your prosperity. I've seen a number of persons who say, I want to travel out. They don't believe in anything here. And for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, they are still in Nigeria. They have not done anything meaningful. They have also not traveled out. Therein lies a problem. So if you are one of such, I believe this meeting too will be changing our mindset. I heard Mofe speak, and I said that is the Nigerian spirit, the Delta spirit that every one of us needs to be able to bet a change that we all desire. I've been given a brief to speak on how the government can help businesses. I don't know if there's something on the screen. I have retitled, I say, Covenant for Growth, a Blueprint for Government and Businesses. So that's what I will be speaking on here. While I was talking with our convener, Pastor David Tobore, he said something which was very striking for me. He said his place and his vision is to bet a people who, when they are looking for the most employable people in the land, they should be Salt City people. When they are looking for people who run some of the best businesses in the land, it should be that these are people from Salt City. And I said, yes, this man has a vision. And putting this together also, I think, is to further every one of these things. Thankfully, we have somebody from the government here, and I believe there are equally a number of us. But like he said, it is to stir up a new conversation amongst us, to trigger a mindset that will bring about an ultimate change in how we see governance, how we see citizen participation, and our individual self. So I am saying, dear Governor, as a prelude, there is a statement. It is in the well-being of the people that the prosperity of the elites, the state, lies. Which suggests that for the elite, for the state to achieve prosperity, the overall well-being of the general populace is a necessary condition. Too many persons have made money in many ways. They've built hotels. They've done a number of things. Who will come to those hotels? And unfortunately, some of these persons are people in government. You have not done anything about the well-being of the people, the citizens, and you think they will have friends, they will have businesses that will bring people to that place. So you see such businesses after a while, because there is no good patronage, they have challenge. So while we speak to the government, speak to every one of us that has one venture or the other, let's know that in the prosperity of you and I lies the prosperity of those in government, whoever is an elite, whoever is a privileged person. Because for that business that you have set up, you need every one of us to buy something, right? The Igbudu market man who is complaining about low margin today, if there was higher turnover, he wouldn't be complaining, right? It is because the purchasing power has reduced, there is not much patronage, and that low margin multiplied by low patronage equals low income. I want to say, in Jeremiah 29:7, he said, "But seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf. For in its welfare, you will find your welfare." I'm not saying this only to the government, I'm saying this to every one of us. You are in church, find a place of value addition, find a place of seeing the welfare of that place. You are seated by somebody, how can I add value to that person? And that leads us to what I've put here now as a shared goal, the shared goal. What's that shared goal? It said the prosperity of the elites, the state, is often tied to or dependent on the community's overall health, peace, and flourishing. I wish the government people get to understand this. The more prosperous a people are, the more prosperous the state is. We all are meant to pay taxes. If my income is on ₦1 million, I will pay tax on ₦1 million. But if I'm a billionaire, the taxes I will pay to the government, the income that every one of us who have whatever privilege to set up any business, there will be more income for everybody. So it is very good that every one of us together prospers. And the government is the one that has the platform to be able to create that enabler for every one of us. However, this will not be achieved by the government alone or by citizens alone, but a strategic commitment by all stakeholders. Quality of citizen engagement matters. This is the word of Chinua Achebe. He said, citizens plus government equals progress. So don't say it is the government. For us who did government, they say democracy is what? For the people, by the people. So you are not out of it. So we must be in position to be able to advise, checkmate, say one or two things, and not just be people who just glory sing and praise sing the people in government. I have a food for thought for the government. Can Delta become Nigeria's most business-friendly, secure, and tourism-ready state? Mofe was saying something. There are cities in this world that are 24 hours. The time I went to Dubai, we didn't have enough time, and we needed to go out at night. And lo and behold, at 1 a.m. at night, we could still get food to eat. The streets were still being driven all over. That's a 24-hour city. So you could have a restaurant that runs for 24 hours. You could wake up at night and say, I want to go and cut my hair. One critical thing that is needed for that to happen, beyond the security, is that can we light up Delta? The little lighting you see on Airport Road and Warri Saple Road alone has done some great good addressing security, like the chairman of Igbudu Market has said. So we want to say to the government, please, those street lights, I don't think it is too much a budget cost. Can you choose location part-time and say, let everywhere be very well lit? Every junction that you see that is well lit, you always see people there even at 12 a.m. in the midnight, even where there is no vehicle. That alone makes a place tourism friendly. Interestingly, I only got to Warri in 2011 thereabout, or 2012. And one thing we saw was that Warri sleeps early, Warri wakes up late. It wasn't like that where I come from. We wake up lazily from the bed and we go to bed early. partly due to insecurity. That must change, and I don't think it is too much for the government to do. Security for the past 2 years since the coming of Governor Sheriff, I believe it has improved, but much has to be done because there are still pockets of kidnappings along the roads and every one of them. The other time I was watching a video of this, I think Harrison Guamisho or so, they went to somewhere around Agbo. Drones, there's technology already that can nip every one of these things in the bud. And the government could come out and say, for a state, all states in Nigeria, can we say Delta is the most secure state? It is possible. When we have that as a vision, we can achieve it. So gather all your commissioner, the DPOs and every one of them for every crime-free area we have in a month or something. This is something you could get as a reward for that. When there's such a reward for the security agencies, I can tell you, they would go extra. Why? Because at the end of the day, more people will come to Delta States. Your revenue agencies will be able to have more money. The people will be more prosperous. And the more the people are getting engaged, the more you to government, before you know, you have peace around all about. So that's one question for those in government. Another question is, can Delta State lead in energy sufficiency and agro-value chains? For every month that I am able to have some level of good electricity supply, is as though I have been dashed 1 million, 2, 3, or 4. I can tell you that. That I had power supply from BEDC alone is like somebody dashed me money. And there are businesses, there are tailors who have failed to meet up their commitment. There are all manner of artisans that have failed because there's no power supply. Some of their job cannot be carried or powered by the normal or pass my neighbor generator, but that is what they can afford. So can the state, Transco has excess power. All the generation companies, they will tell you there's excess power. And good a thing, the states have been given opportunity by act to license, to regulate, to generate, to distribute, to do everything. Then what is the government doing? In the prosperity of the people lies the prosperity of the governments, of the elites. So we want to say we should have energy sufficiency. You could have clusters of places, perhaps the entire airport road or Efrun Wari. Just have the whole place. Let it be known across all and sundry that when you locate your business in that area, you have 2-4 power supply. It saves the big businessman generator cost and all of that, which can be plowed into other things. And the agro-value chains. I isolated this in another slide to just emphasize. Agriculture remains the bedrock of any economy. Thank God for what is happening in the Silicon Valley, in the US, AI, and all of that, but we are not there yet. We must be true and real to ourselves. Ours is still hard work, and it must begin with agriculture. You must be able to feed yourself before you think of every one of these tech-driven things. So we want to say the agricultural value chain, you are either talking about cash crops or you are talking about food crops. Where does Delta have comparative advantage? Can the government say we want to identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cash crops and say every locality will begin to crop all of this? Then I have a last question for the government. These are just to prod our minds. Can the 25 LGAs, in partnership with the private sector, because government has no business in business, each build one strategic business cluster? Energy remains a major challenge in growing any economy. Nigeria today, if we get it right with energy, forget whatever the government is doing. Forget whatever they are taxing us or whatever money we think they are taking without accounting for. We will individually grow ourselves and grow the economy. So can government who wants to help say, for every one of the 25 local government areas, there is a particular locality, it may be a virgin land. You have all of the infrastructure in that place. And you say, okay, which are the businesses that can scale the most, that can employ the largest number of people, that have the hardest challenge? Could it be those who are into fashion? Could it be those who are making one thing or the other? When you isolate every one of them, cluster them in one place, and ensure that they have all of these things, they will gladly pay you the monies. But at the end of the day, you have tax, you have all of that. People from other states, I remember when Benin, the Edo State government had what we call the Business Incubation Center. Somebody from here went there to set up a ice block making factory, and before you know it, he was doing yogurt in that place. He left Delta, was going and coming back on weekends. So when people in Lagos are people who have not been able to engage themselves very well, in any other place here that there's such a place in Delta, before you know it, you see productive minds gravitate to this place. I have food for thought for the businesses. Can every business begin to look at areas of shared costs and mutual support? I've always queried, why will every shop at the plaza we have on Deco Road have a generator? Can they all together say we want to have one plant and get people to meter each place? And at the end of the day, noise pollution is taken out. At the end of the day, there is enough power to carry your heavy machines. You pay as you use based on consumption. But when you get there, everyone is disturbing themselves with small, I pass my neighbor generator. Can the whole of Igbudu market say we want to have an independent power plant supplier? And as many who would hook on it, you pay this token and all of that. Can the government come in also? Let businesses begin to think of what? Shared cost. I've always given the model of the Indians. When the Indians get to a place, they collocate their businesses. They are not brothers, they do not know themselves from anywhere. But all of them will even use one pool car. They are going to the market, everybody enters that car. They are from different business entities. That is all shared cost. At the end of the day, they have competitive advantage over the Nigerian businesses. We need to have a rethink in this direction. Can every business and businessman, contractors and vendors, especially the thriving ones, begin to look at scaling up on the value chain of their business and backward integration for the growth of the economy? I was discussing with Dr. Jonathan briefly, and he said he gives good support to Igbudu market, even at a concession that is below others. Those are the kind of reasoning I'm expecting for businesses that have been established and are thriving. Let's begin to look across our value chain. For example, we are restaurants today. Though we began as a farm, we are getting back to the farm. And we're also getting to say, every other product out of our place, can we begin to run the entire value chain? So let every one of us begin to look at that, and you will see a differentiation. Then lastly, and very importantly, why the government is expected to do also, we also must do. Can thriving businesses and successful businessmen seek out ways to primarily support sports talent and the creative industry? Mofe talked about this. Supporting sports talent. Victor Osimhen, for example, the Gala boy, right? He was a Gala boy. I don't know if we know that. His transfer fee alone was $85 million. When you convert that to Naira at 1,500, it's 127.5 billion Naira. If Victor Osimhen were from Delta State, there's no way, at least minimal, he would build a house, right? That's foreign direct remittance. So can the businesses, ditto the government, begin to look? In those days when we were growing up, I don't know what happened. I grew up in Ughelli, and almost every one of the business owners then, they had a football club. Can the government begin to encourage that, even if it means incentivizing in one way or the other, tax cuts or whatever, such that the big businesses in the town can say, this is my basketball club, this is my football club, and every one of these. And very importantly, people may not understand what rave experience means for us. I know people travel into Delta State just to be a part of it, and they plan their holiday just to be a part of it. That is a great moment for the government to connect with her people and also to do all of this. The amounts they charge is not commensurate with the cost that is put into it. So businesses should come in, the government should come in. Now, what is our role as citizens? Because the government is made up of people from amongst us. The businesses are run by from amongst us. So can our youths choose never to be idle, start from where they are and with what they have? This is a big challenge, especially many of those who have graduated from the schools today. While looking at the tech job, sometimes I wonder, so many people, you say this, I'm a content creator, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a that. Which content are you going to create, or which business are you going to create that content for? Let us first of all bed the hard businesses, do the hard work, so that our content will be meaningful. Can every citizen look inward, seek for the value they can add to businesses and the society, and by so doing increase their value? The UK, US, all of that will run to. When you get there, the first thing they tell you before you get a referral to even look for the job is you must volunteer. So some of us will volunteer 1-2 months before we ultimately get a job and move and move. But why don't we want to volunteer, even in church, even for anything in the society or for any business, and say, let me give this value, let me give this service for free, and thereafter grow from there? So these are all thought-provoking questions, highlighting the shared responsibilities of every one of us as stakeholders. Now I have a few suggestions to the government. Like the convener had said earlier, it is my opinion. So you are free to differ, but these are just my thoughts. Again, it is to provoke every one of us to think in likewise. I have isolated 3 things for the government to look at, and one is infrastructure and energy sufficiency. The government should look at establishing industrial parks. The truth is, if you have tried any venture before, to start is really difficult. When you weigh the cost, you may not even want to. Energy is one of those major costs. You will do your own borehole or water facility, you will do your own road, you will do everything. If the government can take some of this infrastructure from the businesses, it will help. Have industrial parks with reliable energy, water, ICT, and support infrastructure where comparative advantage is, and cluster manufacturing there. Identify commercial and industrial hubs within the state where the government can deliberately focus on achieving energy sufficiency. Again, I say this, if the government could, for example, say every business from roundabout stretching to MPA, stretching through the other Warri Sapele Road, on all sides of the road, let's create a special agency that will follow up, it will be very good. Such that when you know, even though your part of Delta State may be dark, may be something, but when you want to see certain kind of experience, you just go to this part of Delta State and you feel good, knowing that in no distant time, it will be replicated in other areas. So that is an expectation of what we think the government should do. Then human capital and skills for the future. No nation, no people can grow beyond the level of their education. It is all too important, Dr. Segun was mentioning, our education needs to be rejigged, needs to be retooled. And additionally, we should be looking at a skills academy. Too many of us, the certificate is no longer a meal ticket. I hope we all know. Today, I really don't value that certificate anymore. It's a case of what can you do, not when did you graduate or even what you graduated with. So we need to begin to skill up in the area of ICT, skill up in the area of the creative industry. There's too much happening there already. We have an age, I think largely it is because of today there are no parks. In those days, our neighborhood alone was recreation itself. But now we are packed in crowded cities and all of that. Almost everyone, and in the future too, we need a place to go and relax. Are you getting it? So because of that, it needs a creative mind to make life easy for people, to make it beautiful, exciting for people, and there are academies that could teach all of this. So we can partner with the universities and polytechnics. Delta State could be a first and begin to do industry-based R&D that is focused on our local produce. Talking about this, when I was growing up, like I mentioned, I grew up in Ughelli, and there's this groundnut they call Uwero groundnut. How many of us know it? Till tomorrow, it's not like it used to be. It's a groundnut that is well seasoned, low fire, as if you are roasting, preparing, what do you call this now? Suya. So that is how it is prepared. It is unique. I don't think there's any other part of this country that groundnut is. It used to be very, very okay. You could have up to 4 seedlings back then. I had it in mind long ago that I would love to can these groundnuts. But interestingly, because of insecurity and all manner, they don't do that farming like it was anymore. So there are many products that are unique to us. Is it the edible worm? Can somebody think about it differently? Or is it the cocoa gari? Can somebody think about it differently and begin to make flakes or something out of it? So these are areas the polytechnics and every one of us should look at. Just some days ago, somebody was saying that tiger nut, for example, somebody has been able to, I was still working on it, a lady in Abia State, on how it can last longer. The shelf life is very short, but it's very nutritious. So we need to begin to think like that. Laser focus on selected sporting activities. This is really, these are easy wins. These are easy wins. Sporting activities does 2 things. 1, it keeps the youth who would have been restive, gone into insecurity, keeps them engaged. 2, out of them, you will surely see the multiplier effect when one of them is able to be signed off. It mustn't be football. There are too many sports. The German, I wonder, the people who win Olympics, I wonder if they will be able to defeat the ones that come from who from day one were put inside the water. Can the government begin to look at every one of this and say, no, for the next 4 years, we want to be able to raise internationally competitive sportsmen in the area of swimming. We want to be able to raise 50, 100, 1,000 persons who, when scouts are looking at coming to Nigeria, they come to Delta State and they say, because we have ready-made people here. These are deliberate efforts that when the government puts in place, it will benefit all. Victor Osimhen today is not just for his family, it's for a community. Is it not? So if you have many of such, just imagine the ripples. So I would want the government executive with us to please take this very seriously. It is an easy way, an easy win for us. You could galvanize the business sector, and together, let's begin to have a drive in this area. So that at the end of the day, we have the largest pool of sporting professionals. Then, lastly, on my postulations, agriculture and agro-industrialization. When you see my first slide there, I say Songhai Farms. I was one of those who was very excited when Songhai Farms, that was founded by Ibori, he went to Benin Republic, brought the Reverend Father and every one of them, and they did well in that place. Some few years back, I went there. It was a shadow of itself. And this is sadly the reason why government has no business being in business. However, they must create the enabling environment. Can we have Songhai Farms in at least 3 local government areas of every senatorial district? The beauty of it is that you have an integrated farming complex. And this time around, it has to be from farm produce to processing. And before you know it, we would export things and monies is coming to Delta State. The truth is that there are very many productive mines all over. They are just looking for the state, the location, the locality that has the most enabling environment. And when you do that, the economy of our state will surely be better. So the Songhai Farm project is something that I think should be revisited. Identify and initiate policies that support 3 to 5 cash crops. I'm very big on this. I did a little survey. And in my survey, I personally don't believe in building a house and renting. So for those of us who are complaining about house rents, you may need to have some good thinking. From my survey, what you would make from perhaps soursop, oil palm, on a plot of land that you put 50 by 100, right? You put your house and maybe 1 or 2 tenants are paying you. What you will make with that particular cash crop of 3, 4, or 5 years maturity is far more than the rent they will pay you. Fact inflation, as inflation is going, the returns is going to be more. So why spend so much, build a house, when you can actually get acres of land and put cash crops? But this is not to us, the individuals, but it is to the governments. We have the PIA bill. I understand it has been signed into law. I understand the communities are already enjoying it. Some people are fighting over it. Can every community, can every local government or ward designate hectares of land in every one of their places and say this one perhaps is for oil palm tree? They won't all die within the next 4 or 5 years. So you are sowing for your future. 4 or 5 years' time, those particular cash crops start getting fruits, and the returns, I can tell you, will be far more than what that PIA Act is giving you as oil rentals. That's for cash crops. We also have food crops. The truth is that there's money in agriculture, but it's challenging, it's difficult. The government must help. Mechanization. In the northern part of Nigeria, they are able to do so much of this because government is there for the clearing of the farm. Government is there for pesticide. Government is there for every form of industrialization and all. Then establish agro-processing zones to synergize the integration of farming, harvest, and processing of products. There are some beautiful clusters here just after the new university at Okpe. That entire stretch of road, both sides of it, is a poultry location in Warri. How many of us know that? But when you get there, everything has fallen because the government could not support them. And as I round up, I say governance, investment, climate, and SMEs, ease of doing business. This was mentioned also, too many rates. Even the chairman of Igbudu Market, whom I thought were the people, sir, I thought you were the people who are charging those monies. So now that you are crying, I know better. So it is the government. So we need to have a one-stop shop, investment center, and singularize these rates. The truth is that we are multiplying poverty. Those who are coming and saying that woman, who is perhaps their sister, their mother, or whatever, must pay that 1,000. When they get home, they will still want to eat good food from that same woman. So we are all multiplying poverty, continuing this in the name of revenue generation. So we must reduce multiple taxation, then access to credit, as has been said. And to every one of us, we must have a new culture of values and value creation. When we talk of hospitality, when we talk of tourism, you heard him say something. There is a Warri spirit that is in us that is good. There is the one that we must also moderate. So we must be a hospitable people, we must be friendly, and we must be clean. Then our shared commitment to the government is to deliver reforms and be accountable. To the business, we must keep breaking limits and adding value. To the citizen, play your part, not as critics only, but as value-adding co-creators. On this note, I want to appreciate everyone. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right, can we just celebrate him and every other speaker? Let's put our hands together. Come on, put your hands together. All right, let's be seated. Again, very importantly, I want to thank everyone who had spoken. I think personally that we have gotten some very fine solutions. It's, as we said, they are proposals to the government. So please join me again. Thank Dr. Jonathan Ososo Akbo. Help me thank Mofe Omasheye, Dr. Shegun Manuel, and Comrade Rume Kugbere, and also Deacon Robo Agwe Muria. Can we put our hands together for the amazing thoughts that they shared here today? I hope it inspired something in your heart. It is true that there are days that some of us may not have seen that are beautiful. I'm not one who say bring back the old time, but there are some good old days. For example, as a young child, Fela Anikulapo Kuti the Great used to come to Share Ramp at Enere Junction. And it was beautiful. It was really beautiful. King Sonny Ade, I saw him first there at Share Ramp, Enere Junction. But that happened because of some level of prosperity in the city and peace. That's why those things could happen. And we must find a way to bring back such things again. So there are solutions here. Why you spoke, Honorable Dr. Jonathan spoke about burglary insurance for market people. Those are things that can happen. I personally think that everyone who does business, especially in the airport road, Jakba Road, Refinery Road axis, should have a responsibility of putting some form of solar outdoor lights in front of their trading place. And if we do that, everywhere would have some form of light. So, because when we speak to the governor, dear governor, perhaps we should have another one, dear citizens, so that the citizens will also know that, you get what I'm saying, we have a responsibility. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. So, our radio broadcast will wrap up in about 8 minutes, but what we will do is this: those of us on radio, send in your comments and your questions to the recommended number. But now we want to receive very, very briefly Honorable Christian Onome Amori. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes forward. So he is here on a big shoulder, on a big responsibility, but he's representing the government to hear all the proposals that has been given. Please, can we be on our feet as we have Honorable Christian Onome Amori, please.
Wow. Now, wow.
No pressure.
Oh, God, the pressure big. But nonetheless, my name is Onome Christian Amori. I'm the Executive Assistant to the State Governor on Project Monitoring and Audit. I am, thank you. I'm here representing the Chief Advisor, Senator Dr. Igorita Amori, who happens to be my father as well. So, and I know you will be glad to be here, but I'm also a youth, so I'm the preferable choice, if that makes sense, because I'm based in Warri too. So he's a liaison to the government, and I'm his liaison right now, or his representative. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I am marveled by the amount of thought, opinions, and the fact that the convener was able to gather industry leaders as yourselves. Honestly, when I get idea, shall. So I'm very, very glad to be here. And as a youth, I would have loved to also give my own opinion, but my position will not allow me to do that because I'm here to observe. Exactly. I'm here to observe, write down the ideas and opinions that you guys, my leaders, have been able to come out with and give it back to the government to try and consider. So first of all, I want to thank the convener. I thank you very much for everything you have done. I expect that next year we'll be here for the 3rd edition. That time, more players will be on the field and more opinions. So briefly, I was supposed to give a goodwill speech by the chief advisor, so I'll just read it out before I conclude, if that's okay. To the convener of this important initiative, Pastor Tobore Devi, esteemed speakers and panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy to stand before you today at this remarkable Citizens Town Hall meeting, amply titled Dear Governor. Let me begin by commending Pastor Tobore David and his team for conceiving this initiative and for the commitment to bring together bright minds who are passionate about the progress of our dear state, Delta. This is exactly the kind of civil engagement that strengthens democracy and development. Citizens without sinky sponsorship or political rewards coming forward with ideas, experience, and proposals for the good of their community. The essence of today's conversation is not to criticize or to lament, but to profile solutions. It is to brainstorm, to dialogue, and to collectively chart pathways that will move Delta closer to the vision of becoming a true megacity. A state where infrastructure, human capital, innovation, and opportunities flourish side by side. From the lineup of speakers here, entrepreneurs, professionals, community leaders, I am confident that the quality of ideas that will be shared today will be invaluable. Let me assure you that this administrator, under His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Oborori, is a listening government. Our more agenda, meaningful development, opportunities for all, realistic reform, and enhanced peace and security was designed to be people-driven. But government cannot and should not work in isolation. We need platforms like this, where the voices of citizens, innovators, and stakeholders are heard. That is why I am here, not just to speak, but to listen. To carry your ideas forward to the government, to ensure that your passion is translated into policy consideration. Development is a shared responsibility. While government provides leadership resources and enabling policies, citizens also have a duty to contribute through constructive engagement, enterprise, and innovation. Initiatives like Dear Governor demonstrate that together government and people can co-create the Delta state of our dreams. In conclusion, let me once again salute Pastor David and all the organizers for their foresight. I commend the speakers who will be sharing their thoughts and expertise today. On behalf of the governor and the government of Delta State, I assure you that your voices matter. What you discuss here today will not end here. It will find its way into the hearts of policy making. Together, let us work for a Delta that is prosperous, inclusive, peaceful, and positioned as a true megacity. Thank you. Well, on this brief note, I make two promises. One, that I have meticulously written down every single idea. It took a lot of work, trust me, because your opinions are tilted and vast. But I have meticulously written down every single point that you have made. That's one. And two, I promise to deliver this straight to this chief advisor, who I know would brief the governor on your ideas. So thank you for everything you have done, and thank you for everything we hope to do, but we hope to cooperate with you from next year as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Independence. Let's have our seats briefly. You know, like he has said, representing the chief advisor to the governor, this government has a more agenda, and you know it can be heavily lamentable that most Deltans do not even know the more agenda of the government. Meaningful development, opportunities for all, realistic reforms, and enhanced peace and security. But like he also said, government cannot do it alone. Government cannot work in isolation. You know, I learned that in the workforce that we have in Nigeria, only 25.6 are in the public sector. And then we have a whopping 74.4% in the private sector, whether organized or unorganized. A lot of people play in the informal sector, over, I think, 92.2%. Whether that is recorded or not, they contribute to the economic growth of our nation. So, bringing us to that, we want to have a conversation to look at how we can drive public-private partnership in Delta State. You know, the matter of ease of doing business is not only a problem in Delta State or Warri, it is an issue that is decried in the whole of Africa. And the representative for the traders in Delta State majorly have talked about that and how the government needs to come into place. So joining us on our brief talk, we are going to be calling some key players who are in the private sector in Warri, Delta State, and in Nigeria. Please join me, make welcome Mrs. Oloyede, the MD, Niger Benue Transport Company, MBTC. A round of applause for her as she comes forward to join us on this conversation. Also joining us is Mr. Charles Freeborn, founder, Google Developers Group, GDG, Warri, and also founder of Web3, Arbitrum, Warri. And joining us again is the King Karo Ovaje. Of course, you all know in Salt City, he's about the most patriotic Nigerian we know in the house. Let's put our hands together for him. And also, we want to call in, speaking on behalf of the government today, on this panel session, representing the Chief Advisor to the Governor of the State, Honorable Christian Amori. Please join me. Make welcome him again as he comes, yes, to the panel. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Thank you. And a round of applause for yourself. Come on, it is Independence Day, and Nigeria is 65. So many persons really do not really care about the age, but you should care about it. We are moving on. All right. I think I need a chair. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Saz and Ma. Thank you for being part of this panel. So very quickly, we'll get into it. Speaking on the matter of ease of doing business, nobody can lament about that, but today is not the day of lament, like we have said unanimously. Being a person who plays in the private sector here in Warri, you have been in the organized private sector for over a decade, playing a managerial role. We want to get to know from you how, first of all, do you think that there is ease of doing business in Delta? Playing in one of the top marine companies here in Delta State in marine industry, do you think there is ease of doing business? And if yes or no, how do you think the government can create an enabling environment, primarily for your sector and also for other sectors, whether in infrastructure, whether in health and whatnot? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really a delight to be here and really to hear all that has been said. I see a lot of opportunities. Where there are problems, there are opportunities, and that is what I've heard. And I want to also thank Dr. Samuel for talking about the blue economy in Lagos State. I work in the marine sector, and we've been in logistics for quite a while. I mean, well, since 1956, operating in Nigeria and in Delta State. So we say that we're older than Nigeria, and we've been here and we've seen it. Over the years, we used to transport granules, cotton cake, palm oil, cement from along the Niger Benue rivers, food products, and you go as far as Barrow, you go towards Cameroon, taking cotton produce, all those through those areas. But then you've seen the debt in those kind of things, those things don't go on a lot again. Of course, there's been diversification to oil, and I'm glad that our last speaker, the chairman of Carissa, has brought us back to say agriculture is one of the mainstays here. To come directly to government participation with the private sector, there are several ways. And so I'm going to give two models that I've seen work in Nigeria. One of that is what you call the PPP model, which is based on concession. A lot of us are familiar with these things, but we don't really know how it works. Something that is very popular and we hear in Nigeria is the Lekki Deep Sea Port. How many of us know that that is a concession agreement? It's actually a 45 years concession agreement between the private sector and then the government, with Lagos State owning some shares in it, the Nigerian Ports Authority owning some, and the private sector. So that is something that we can key in. You see, government cannot do everything. Government is supposed to enable, which is the ease of doing business. Yes. If I have a climate that is easy, that I invest in, and able to account, I can repatriate the funds that I bring in. And then it's easy for me to diversify or reinvest my funds as I want to. Then it becomes easier. I become more comfortable. A private sector wants to... the whole reason why a private sector will get into business is to make profits. Yes. Agreed? Yes. So I have to be guaranteed that whatever I put in, I would have that money back. I remember when Emirates was having problems with the Nigerian government. They had brought in their aircraft and were not able to repatriate their dollars back. There was that issue. But then, if there's guarantee, I know that has been solved now, but there's guarantee that I will be able to get my money invested back, then I'm able to do some kind of thing. So we can have that, which is the build, operate, manage, yes. Because I must say, I don't think government, you would agree with me, has a good grasp of management. Management is for private, it's a private sector thing, And I like when he said that government should do what government knows how to do best, and others should do what they know how to do best. So in that kind of model, you have a PPP concession agreement where government gives concession, gives opportunity to the citizens, the private institutions to run those infrastructures, manage. And when they manage, they are able to transfer based on whatever is agreeable. The Apapa port, the Tinkan port is done. The terminals are managed by private individuals. I've said the example of the Lekki Deep Sea Port. Yeah. You also note the example of the toll gates. Yes. The Lekki, the Lekki Bridge, the Lekki Road. It was a concession agreement where the private individual was allowed to build the roads and then toll it. I don't know how many of us remember the Lagos-Ibadan tolls at that time. Those roads were good until, it went the other way. So you have that. So the government can actually have a model where you call the I-Development Management Initiative, which is being done by the federal government at the moment, where the state government can say, these roads, what can we do? Do we have a private individual or a private company that can actually look at this road? Let's give concessions. Let's ease the burden of us. And I'm sure every citizen will be glad. The amount of money you will spend going to the mechanics, your shock absorber is off, this is off. You would have to save on that. The second model which I would propose is what I call the joint venture agreement. Yes. And this speaks directly to ease of doing business, where the government stays as a regulator. The government provides the land, for example, in the case of agriculture, provides the land and says, we're going to give you the land, we're going to give you this concession, we're going to partner with you to ensure that this works. So they give the regulatory backing. To be specific to my sector, it's very interesting. I had a meeting with the Honorable Commissioner, and I said, there's something that is fantastic about Delta, which is the water. In places like Florida, I don't see why Delta State is not like Florida, for example. It is all around water. And you go to places like that, you go to Miami, you see the economy. You go to New Orleans, you see the motorboat show, the yearly motorboat show. It is fantastic and it's beautiful. It speaks to transportation. there's a community that is forgotten. I've been on that water to Burutu before, and I saw that there's no connectivity.
Yes.
And you see people who want to build houses, they have to get sand, they have to get cement, they have to get everything. How do these people live? So there's an economy there where people even need to get agricultural produce from those areas. The fishes that have been harvested, there have to be places where they can keep them. There must have to be a transportation system that moves around. So those are things that we can get into. Those are areas that the government can partner and say, look, the private sector will give you an environment, an available environment. We'll set up areas where jetties can be constructed, and we'll give you that concession. That is happening in other states in this country. Why can't we do it in a state that is surrounded by water? We are blessed with water. We are blessed with the airports. We are blessed with the seaports. We are blessed with air. So this can be done, and it should be tapped into.
Round of applause for her. Very insightful submission. So we'll get right to you. So she just opened the cap of how I like this conversation to be. So she mentioned a model that has worked in Nigeria, the PPP model, the public-private partnership, and there are different models under that. There is build, own, operate, and a couple of others. Can you kindly share with us some of which of those models are available in the options in Delta State that, a lot of people are not aware? There are business owners in Delta State who do not even know that they can do contract with the government. There is business to business, there is business to customer, there is business to government. A lot of people do not even know that business to government exists. What are the options there are in Delta State that people in the private sector can parley with?
Well, first of all, thank you for your insights. I'm very sure that everybody's aware that if you have an idea or a proposal, you write to government, and if it aligns with the agenda of the government at that particular time, they would actually want to partner with you, like the joint venture. I know of some people personally who are in collaboration with the government in different areas of the business. ICT is one of them. So the governor or the government, let me put it that way, is always people-friendly, and I know that they want to partner with you. Once your ideas is structured or detailed and presented to the government, if it's the agenda of that year, because whether you like it or not, government manages resources. It's not every idea you jump into. It's not every initiative you want to take. There are some that takes priority, scale of preference in economics, right? So if the idea at that particular time meets demand or needs of the people, that essential, then of course, governments will want to jump into it and partner with you in a joint venture. That's what I believe anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Round of applause for the Honorable. Thank you. Mr. Charles Freeborn, please, in the technology space, in IT, and we know you personally. We know that you are leading a change in Delta State. Our state is known for a high level of internet fraud engagement, although Dr. Shegun Manuel wouldn't want to mention, but I'll mention. And you are working to change the narrative. I remember from your last, one of your conversations online, you talked about how that while you were trying to onboard people for your Google development program, some parents didn't believe that you can gather people in a place and they are not in an HK. Also, there are young people, over 2,000 in number, and they are all about tech. So how can technology be leveraged to enhance, citizen engagement and participation in governance?
All right. Hello. Okay, can you hear me? All right, good afternoon, everyone. I want to first express my profound gratitude to Pastor Tubori. Soul City is like home to me, so let's give Pastor Tubori a big hand. And also excited to be here with these highly esteemed panelists. So I play I'm more like in the tech sector. right? And just like all the speakers have said, and just like she mentioned, there's a limit to what the state government can actually do. So I'm going to probably take the conversation from my own experience of getting to lead a community. So just from a high-level perspective, I lead a community of techies, software developers, designers, creatives, basically everything that has to do with technology. And I realized over time that, one of the challenges we have with worries, first and foremost, stuffs around Yahoo, fraud, basically. So let's just say it as it is, right? You go to hotels, for example, and it's really booked by young people, basically teenagers, filling up hotel rooms and whatnot. And then in getting to do something with these young people, I realized that it is based on the information that they have been exposed to over time that seem to propagate this whole thing around fraud within, not just Delta anymore, it's like a Nigerian thing. And you agree with me that just like they will say that and they don't make, there's no advertisement for Gary or Omo, right? Neither is there an ad for Yahoo or fraud. Nobody's going to call you to come do fraud and whatnot. And so we realize that if these young people are exposed to the other side of what they can actually do with the internet.
With the same thing that they're...
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let me start with, I'm trying to bring everything together. So let me start with this first one. So several years ago, police raided an apartment where young guys were doing fraud. One of them that was picked and got to the station was the one that had a laptop, right? And when the policeman checked the guy's laptop, he saw that this guy was doing designs, like he could literally create all kind of fraudulent designs, right? That he could actually use to defraud people, right? Okay. And so the policeman pulled him aside and said, how much do these guys pay you? He told the policeman, and then he said something to him, like, you're a very foolish person. That if you have these skill sets that you can use to design fraudulent stuff for these guys to do whatever it is that they do, don't you think that if you channel that same energy into trying to do designs for legit organizations, your life would be different? And so he literally just gave him the laptop and said, get out of this place. I don't ever want to see you there. That's actually a testimony because maybe it's the guy's mother's prayers that helped him. And today he's one of the leading branding guys around Nigeria and even across Africa. And I said that to say this, that getting to know that there's a limit to what the government can actually do, we decided to do something different. I think I'd probably like to share, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'd probably like to share here that Dr. Shegun around the hub. And I think I'm excited to share for the first time in public that we're actually building a world-class hub here in the city of Warri.
Oh, wow. Round of applause for that. It's an amazing initiative. In a city where there are lounges launching every other night.
And the reason is this, I'll share, the reason is this, a world-class hub, and you can put me on the spot because I think I'm well traveled, well exposed. The hub is going to cut out for developers, designers, creatives. We're going to have a content and podcast studio in that hub. I actually shared some videos with some pictures. I don't know if they can project them. And the reason is this. We have a lot of young people in Delta states, right? And we believed, and I thought to myself that we cannot keep on complaining, just like Pastor Tuberi said, that it's not just about dear governor. Now it's actually dear citizen. We can't continue complaining about the fact that we can't continue complaining about the fact that the government needs to do this, needs to do that, needs to do that. And so we decided to okay, we're setting up this hub to ensure that we have a place where young people who, instead of looking at the next Yahoo boy or a fraudulent person and is inspiring to be like that, we can actually have, we're setting up a physical space where he can be inspired, getting to know that there are individuals who can actually use the internet to make legitimate fund, set up businesses and whatnot, and then be valuable to themselves and to the society at large.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for Mr. Charles Freeborn. Great initiative and great effort. So we come to Viking Carol over there. We know you as one of the most concerned Nigerians. Your passion in trying to communicate what should be, it's highly emulatable. So I'd like for you to share with us, what advice would you put out there or suggest on this meeting today on how the government of Delta State can effectively engage with citizens when it comes to engagement and also players in the private sector, which you are part of?
Thank you very much. Like PT said, Pastor Tobori said at the beginning of the meeting and said, we're allowed to air our opinions on what we think can be done. These are some of my opinions, and you rightly asked. First off, there was a meeting we held here, and I mentioned something. I said, education. I think Dr. Manuel said the same thing. Shego Manuel said the same thing. Education, education, education. If you look back and historically, a lot of the degeneracy we are seeing today, I want to go, these alphabet people or what not you have, whether you like them or not, there was a conscious effort. What we are seeing now didn't start today. Go back 40, 50 years. They started infiltrating our education. And Dr. Shego Manuel said something, our education is not what it used to be. I personally, I think if you are 40 and above, it's almost too late for you, or it's too late for you. That's my opinion. The government should focus on this, like you tech hub and all, focus on the younger ones. Okay. Let them try to manage the older ones from 40 and above. But if you want real change...
But sorry, there used to be adult education programs in Delta State, in Warri. We don't have...
We still have them. I've seen some, but I think that push is no longer there.
Yes.
But this is my opinion, and from where I stand, I really don't think 40 and above, they're almost cast like stone. There is really nothing you can do. So it's to manage them. But if the government wants real change, our educational system needs to be rejigged. Not just going for get certificates. Vocational studies.
Technical education.
Technical education. I saw one podcast recently. They were saying, I think it was Dickin Ogomera said that you want to leave the country, or one of the speakers, want to leave the country 4 years ago. You are still here, you have not learned anything and all that. Some of these people, even if you want to go abroad now, I saw a podcast that said in the US, they're going to be needing over 200 mechanics, welders, about 1 million. They are not even talking about the same US that is pushing AI, that they need all these skills, and it's still going to fall back here to Nigeria. Then you also ask, what about how can the public sector, private sector, partner with the government? First off, government, I think, should have less role in these things. Build infrastructure. That's what you can do. Make policies to actually guide people through these things. There's a documentary I saw about Dubai. Is Dubai or the Emirates? One of them. One of the sheikhs was saying something. That was like 40 years ago. They came to him and okay, he had a vision of just build. Then They are, okay, we are building this thing, because economics, advisors, we are building. The guy was adamant, build, they will come. Build, they will come. Build, they will come. Look at what we are saying today.
All right.
So I think that will work. Let government invest in infrastructure, in education. One of the speakers said about these our people on the river, how they swim. In the Olympics alone, why do America and Russia get a lot of medals? In the Olympics alone, swimming competition has over 50 medals.
Oh, wow.
I guess many people don't know that. So your football is just one medal. In swimming, they have over 50 medals. Now, we may not be able to compete with them now. Give it 10 years. Train this man that water is already accustomed to him. Teach him, that's the education. And see how he will excel there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Finally, so we're just going to go around, but I'd like the Honorable to speak first. So speaking on incentives, the last speaker talked about incentives that will encourage the private sector, to willingly want to play with government and also do certain things that they would like to do. What incentives does this government, have in place? Whether we, just run us through maybe like one or two that that are there to encourage private sector participation.
Sorry, you didn't clear that point. Could you make it clear?
So what incentives are there for this, by this government to encourage private sector participation in public-private partnerships? So for instance, we have tax cuts, we have a couple of other things that can encourage people to come say, okay, we are willing to do this with the government.
Okay. Now, in any government, it really just comes down to two things. One, policy to drive the environment that would foster the business. And two, which is usually the most thing, loans for capital. Now, I am very fully aware that these two things are being implemented to some degree. Now, it might not work for you as a business owner, you might not feel the effect, but they are in existence, most especially the loan aspect. So I'm not a businessman, I'm a politician, and I have my own role to play. So I can't go deep exactly into the details of the loan requirements and the policies for business-oriented programs, because it's not really my field. But I can say that they are in place. It's just to what degree that you're feeling the effects for it. All right?
Thank you, sir. Your final thoughts for today?
My thoughts would be that if the government is ready to work and to guarantee the private sector that they are protected, there's no multiple taxation, and they build a business case to showcase value, at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win situation where the government wins, the private sector wins. And at the end of the day, the beneficiaries will be happy that they have systems and infrastructures that are working, and they don't need to look anywhere, or as it were, jackpot from Warri or Delta State to other states, because all that they are looking for is actually here.
Thank you, sir. Your thoughts on what do you think can be put in place by this government to better aid the work that you are doing in the private sector?
Okay, I would like to say this thing about the fact that talent is actually evenly distributed, but the opportunities are not. By that, I mean that a developer in Warri, a developer in California, a developer in Lagos, they're all basically doing the same thing, but then the opportunities are actually limited, maybe by virtue of the fact that we're located here. So one of the things I would think for my key takeaway to, rather message to the government would be creating an enabling environment. And for me, in my industry, the enabling environment is actually electricity, right? Electricity, because the first time I was going to have an interview with Google, the only place, okay, this thing is being transmitted, the only place I was sure I was going to have light to participate in that interview was somebody else's house. And I had to, do you understand? So I don't have to expose personal identity. That was the only place I could guarantee, because power, like one of the speakers said, is a major issue. So create the enabling environment. We're setting up the hub, for example. We already have a dedicated budget just to set up solar panels alone, to power up that place. It's over 15 million naira, right? And we're considering it. Why? Because we've thought about using diesel, for example. It's literally not sustainable. So for me, create the enabling environment. Let's handle power, and then just give us, I think I could probably also add something around clusters. And round up with this. In China, there was something they did. They relocated some people from some particular region and just moved the innovators, people who were actually doing tech, into that region and gave them low rental cost, right? So, for example, we can say, let's not use Okumaba Avenue, somewhere around the portrait, and say, okay, this is for tech innovators, and so long as whatever it is you're doing is solid and is valid, and then we can have a cut across the rental cost, for example, and then you just find out that we'll just be performing magic, and that is actually my goal. That's my vision.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we celebrate all our panelists for today? Come on. Celebrate them as they return to their seats.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get on. Let's find a way to rumble. Can we all be on our feet and celebrate one another? I think you should walk around and meet someone that you have not met before, even as we close. It may be a small gathering, but it's very historic. Very, very historic. Very historic. Where is a maker? Please get me the pulpit. It's not hard. All right, so we will not be able to take all the comments from radio. We are well past our time. Sorry. Can you move it? All right. So this is how we will close. Hello. Hello. So this is how we are going to close. I know that some of you have your own ideas. Hello? I know that you have your own ideas as to how Delta State can become a mega city, right? So this is what we'll do, because I am pursuing a follow-up. Because sometimes the ideas can just be put out there. So I personally would pursue a follow-up. We would take everybody's proposal and make a paper out of each person's presentation, and then I would follow up on the meeting at the chief advisor's office. So we want to make sure it gets there. And all of the ideas presented today is already out there in the world, as it was broadcasted on radio. So I'm saying this to say people cannot say we did not talk. It's there. It's on YouTube, mostly on radio, and it's gone all over the world. All right. I would just recognize a very wonderful person working with the government. She showcases growth and progress under the Right Honorable Sheriff Obiorowori. She couldn't make it on time, but she came in all the way from Asaba. Kokome Oko, if she's here. Okay. All right, she's in front. Thank you very much for coming. So I'm sure our media guys can fill you in. All right, thank you very much, everyone. So here's what I said at the beginning. Of course, we're not going to stamp or enforce any of our ideas on the government. What we have done here today is to begin a conversation. And I want you to always be part of such conversation. There are many ideas that were shared here today, and amidst those ideas were certain solutions that you can actually take on to do something for yourself. So I want us all to make the most of this meeting, make the most of the ideas. And if you still have solutions that you think were not part of these solutions. Or you even have a better way you think some of these ideas can be implemented. Obviously, write us an email. Very simple. tobore@saltcitycentral.org. That's tobore@saltcitycentral.org. Just write the email. Let the title be Dear Governor. This is your solution. This is your proposal. We will take it up from there. If you're on radio, the same thing. On YouTube, the same thing. So that we can actually close. All right? So, are we all good? All right. So please, if you made a friend good, if you're taking a picture, please post it and share what happened here today. All right? I would like to end with a word of prayer. The email to send your Dear Governor proposal to is up on the screen. All right? So you can do that. Everyone, let's be on our feet even as we pray. Primarily, I'm a pastor, and I like for us to hold our hands on the left and on the right. And I want us to, the Bible says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, so that they would prosper that are therein. I said that we are not going to give political solutions to the squabble, but there's a solution we can give, and that is prayer. So as you hold hands on the left and on the right, I want you to begin to declare that there is peace in our state, there is peace in our city, there is peace in the land, there is peace in Warri, there is peace among the Ishekiris within, among themselves, there is peace among the Jaws, there is peace among the Robos, and there is peace between these tribes. There is peace. We agree and we declare that peace will prevail in our land, and our socio-economic enterprises shall have room to prosper. We squash and call to no avail every attempt of the devil to militate violence in our city. We declare that they will not prosper in their endeavor. As Scripture has rightly said, every weapon fashioned against us shall not prosper, and every tongue militating war against the city of Warri and the state Delta, today we condemn in the name of Jesus every spiritual force that is consistently trying to stir up violence. Today we'll condemn it in the name of Jesus, that the power of God will override every agenda, every conspiracy, every move of war in this city and in this state. We quench it now by the power of God in the name of Jesus. We pray today that the Almighty Father will grant Honorable Sheriff Obiorowori wisdom to steer the state right in the mighty name of Jesus, that he will be well guarded and guided by the Spirit of God, that even in his sleep in the night, the Almighty Father will send his angels to him and show him pictures, show him video, give him solution as to what will move the state to a better place in the mighty name of Jesus. We surround Honorable Sheriff Obiorowori with good men and good advisors. We pray today actively that evil advisors, selfish and greedy men who already have the ear of the governor, become distant from him, that the Lord will cut off such relationship and sever such ties in the name of Jesus. That God by himself would orchestrate true patriots, men who have the goodwill of the people of Delta State at heart, to surround the governor with good counsel. So we say to you today, Honorable Sheriff Obiorowori, you are well counseled in the name of Jesus. You are well counseled in the name of Jesus. And finally, O Lord, as your word has declared, righteousness exalts a nation, We pray today that righteousness would rise in the city of Warri, righteousness would rise in the state Delta, and you would raise true teaching priests all across this state in the mighty name of Jesus. You yourself said you would give to us servants and shepherds and pastors after your own heart. So we declare that true servants of God from all nooks and crannies of this state would rise up, and they will teach the word of God as it is, teaching the people how to stand up uprightly and live righteously, even in the name of Jesus. So we pray for the strengthening of the church in Delta State and the strengthening of the church in the city of Warri. Father, we thank you that these words that we have spoken here today, now your angels will take them and they will bring them into the right rooms, even in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. I specifically would pray for every thought leader, business leader, in their right and in their caliber, that have come here, taking their time off work, off business, off their schedule to come here to selflessly, even without any form of remuneration or any form of money, to share their goodwill thoughts for the state. I ask that because of this, you will bless them, you will bless the work of their hand, and you yourself would announce them. Your mercy and your goodness and favor will surround them. In the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Can you tell someone beside you happy independence? And let's say God bless Warri. And let's God bless Delta State. All right, so we can take pictures. Let the panelists, can we come up? Honorable Amori, please come. Comrades, please come. Please come. Let's have a picture. Let's have a picture. Omamofe, please come. Dr. Manuel, let's have a picture. Deacon Agwemuria, I said you spoke about businesses partnering with the creatives. So today, you must partner with Omamofe and Rave. Today, you and your farm and your restaurants. All right, let's have a group picture together. Let's have a group picture together. And while my panelists are coming up, you can move the pulpit. I want to say this to all of you Warri people. If you want to turn Delta to a mega city, it's time for you to be punctual. When they say 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock. Huh? All right. Pastor Otarigo, thank you for coming.